Well, good morning, everybody. I'll request everybody to kindly be seated as we are commencing. Welcome to India Steel 2025. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dignitaries, distinguished speakers, and esteemed delegates. Well, welcome to day two of India Steel 2025, a landmark of visionaries, policymakers, technocrats, and thoughtful leaders shaping the future of one of the most significant industries of our economic and sustainable growth, which is the steel industry. Well, steel is not merely a commodity, it is a backbone of infrastructure, the silent enabler of industrial innovation, the very core upon which the nation built the progress. For India, which stands as the second largest steel producer globally, this sector is definitely not only just a symbol of industrial might, but also a driver of employment, trade, and national resilience. Across the world, steel is at the core of the clean energy transition, from wind turbines to electrical vehicles to smart cities and hydrogen infrastructure. And as we collectively shift towards a low carbon future, the industry is undergoing a major shift, the one that demands innovation, the one that demands collaboration, and of course, shared vision. Today's session are the testament of the journey from envisioning the future of steel to exploring the green pathways and pioneering carbon capture technologies. So without further ado, let's step into a day of learning, dialogue, and some great insights. Well, India's steel sector is poised for remarkable growth. According to the Steel Authority of India Limited, the country is expected to surpass 300 million ton steel capacity target by 2030. Well, initially deemed unrealistic in 2017, today this revised goal reflects a strong demand in the growth sector. The steel industry witnessed 40% of last growth year and outpacing the GDPs from 6.5 to 7% rise, illustrating a significant movement out here. Well, to set the tone of this very important discussion, it is my pleasure right now to invite a distinguished officer from the Ministry of Steel. Today, we are very privileged and honored to have Sri Nitin Jain, Director, Ministry of Steel, Government of India. We are very glad that he shall be offering his valuable perspective today. Please give him a warm welcome with a huge round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Sri Nitin Jain, Director, Ministry of Steel, Government of India.
Distinguished delegates, industry leaders, and participants, a very good morning to all of you. I extend a warm welcome to this technical session, a paper presentation on the future of steel industry at India Steel 2025. I am happy to be a part of this important session featuring one of the most influential global voices in steel policy and market dynamics, Dr. Edwin Besson, Director General of World Steel Association. Today's session promises to offer critical insights into the tectonic shifts shaping the future of steel, from transformative technologies and sustainability imperatives to the evolving contours of global trade and cooperation. The Ministry of Steel, Government of India, in partnership with FICCI, remains deeply committed to nurturing such platforms that enable open dialogue, collaborative thinking, and strategic alignment with global best practices. The session is a testament to our shared aspiration to shape a forward-looking, resilient, and globally competitive steel industry. As the world's second largest steel producer, India stands at a defining moment. The journey from volume-led growth to value-led leadership will depend not just on capacity expansion, but on building deeper linkages across the global value chain. While our domestic goals of self-reliance remain critical, they must be harmonized with broader participation in a globally conducive trade environment, open markets, and international technology collaborations. The Indian steel sector must increasingly look outwards, forging partnerships that allow access to high-grade raw materials, breakthrough innovations, and export markets for high-end steel products. The future of the steel industry is being redefined by technological advancements at a pace and scale rarely seen before. Smart manufacturing, AI-driven processes, optimization, and predictive maintenance systems are already transforming operations. Technologies such as digital twins, robotic automation, and real-time process analytics are enabling leaner, more adaptive production models. The steel industry must also prepare for the next wave of material innovation. As sectors like electric vehicles, aerospace, and renewable energy demand stronger, lighter, and more formable materials, the development and deployment of advanced high-strength steels, fire-resistant grades, and lightweight alloys will be key to capturing emerging markets. These innovations will not only diversify product offerings, but also elevate the technological profile of Indian steel in the global arena. The steel industry is undergoing a significant transformation driven by the need for resilience, sustainability, and advanced performance. One of the focus areas is the development of earthquake-resistant steel, such as high-strength TMT bars, which enhance structural integrity during seismic activity. Additionally, pre-engineered steel buildings are gaining traction for their durability and adaptability in earthquake-prone zones. To address long-term structural integrity, corrosion-resistant innovations are taking center stage. Advancements in nano coatings and the increasing use of corrosion-resistant rebars are extending the lifespan of steel structures while aligning with green building certifications. On the sustainability front, decarbonization is perhaps the most defining imperative for our times. From hydrogen-based direct reduction and molten oxide electrolysis to carbon capture utilization and storage and electric arc furnace adoption, a host of innovations are emerging globally to align steelmaking with climate goals. Strategic foresight will also be required in building resistant raw material supply chain. In a world where access to high-grade iron ore, coking coal, and critical minerals is increasingly influenced by geopolitical and environmental factors, we must adopt a proactive stance, combining domestic resource development with global sourcing strategies and investment in upstream integration. Most importantly, the future of steel will be shaped not by competition alone, but by collaboration. Whether it's technology transfer, joint R&D programs, or harmonizing sustainability standards, collaboration between governments, private players, academia, and global associations will be the cornerstone of progress. Organizations like the World Steel Association exemplify this spirit, serving as the platform for shared learning, benchmarking, and cooperation across national boundaries. It is now my privilege to invite to the stage Dr. Edwin Besson, Director General of the World Steel Association. A deeply respected authority in the global steel community, Dr. Besson brings a panoramic view of the industry's present and future, grounded in evidence, shaped by experience, and guided by strategic clarity. We are privileged to hear from him today as he shares his perspectives on the future of steel, the role of global collaboration, and the pathways India can explore to align itself with the emerging global trends. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Edwin Besson.
Well, thank you, Sri Nitin Jain, Director, Ministry of Steel, Government of India, for your perspective. Not only illuminated the evolving landscape of steel industry, but have also sparked a deeper understanding of innovations, opportunities, and global shift in shaping its future. Now it's a time to welcome our keynote speaker, a global thoughtful leader in steel economics, Dr. Edwin Besson, Director General of World Steel Association. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Besson received his PhD in economics from Pretoria University and taught economics at the same university. After a few years in banking industry, he joined the steel industry in 1994. After a variety of seniors roles in South Africa, he was transferred to Europe in 2024. His responsibilities including global marketing strategy, trade policy and investment planning for this group. He was also a part of mergers and acquisition team at the time. Well, he joined World Steel in August 2011 as a Director General, and World Steel is tasked with playing strategic leadership role on behalf of steel industry with an absolute focus on all the aspects that contributes to strategic and competitive production and use of steel in a sustainable global economy. He shall be sharing today his insight on how global steel sector is ever evolving, digitalization, sustainability demands, and also shifting the trade dynamics. His foresight into innovation, policy direction, and of course collaborative growth is sure to offer tremendous value to all of us today. Join me in welcoming Dr. Edwin Besson. Can we have a huge round of applause for him?
So good morning, and with your permission I'm going to sit just here and give the presentation. I'll make it short so we have some time to discuss afterwards as well. And thank you for all the very kind words. I don't recognize myself in all these discussions so far. Let's quickly go into just a few slides about what is World Steel, who we are. We're a non-profit organization. We are focused on promoting the sustainability of the global steel industry. We're based in Belgium, and we have a small office in Beijing since 2006. Our only members are steelmakers. This is our pure focus. We don't have traders, stockists, anyone else. It's only steelmakers and a few country associations like the Indian Steel Association are members of World Steel, and a few research organizations. Our members, our steelmaking members, combined controls about 85% of global production capacity, so we are represented in a variety of countries. We look at all those topics that are of interest to the steel industry, from steel use in the automotive industry and the construction industry, to education and training of steel workers, to the raw material markets, and you can see all the aspects that we are busy with. As I've said, our members are in all the countries in the world, all the major steelmaking environments. And with that, let's quickly then go into the future of steel. Now, I'm going to just do a very, very high level, quick outlook on a few trends that I think we should think about when we talk about the future. But being an economist, trying to look ahead without understanding where we come from is always very, very difficult. So this is a quick picture of steel use and steel production, particularly in this case, since 1950 to where we are now. And you can see really three phases: a very strong upward phase between 1950 and 1970. This was mainly the result of post-World War II reconstruction and development, a sideways movement in the middle, and then a strong growth phase. In this first phase, and let me just make this easier so that we can see the three phases stretched out a bit. In the first phase, between 1950 to 1970, we come to the point that by 1970, early in 1970, we had steel use growth factors of around 150 kilograms per person per year on a global basis. But this was very, very much skewed between whether it was a developing economy or a developed economy. In Europe and US in those days, steel use per person was about 400 to 450 kilograms per person. In Japan, it was as high as 800 kilograms per person. But in all of the other countries, it was much, much lower. In Africa, at the level of about 50 kilograms per person, and so forth. And with this, we then saw a steel growth which was pretty much concentrated in the early years USA, Europe, and Japan. And then we came to early in the 70s, 1975, we had the first oil shock, which really led to an energy crisis. And this started the steel industry into a sideways movement, where many, many changes that are potentially quite interesting for us now has happened. As a large energy consumer, the energy crisis of the mid-70s really forced steelmakers to start looking at the way they were operating in those early days. And we really see in this phase, in what we call the second phase, or the first stagnation period, four very, very important elements taking place. First one is that in the early days, steel companies were mainly owned by governments, particularly in Europe and Japan, and they were, as a result of the stagnation that they were experiencing in their markets, all of them in the same 20-year period between 1970 and 1990, going through similar phases. The first phase was a phase of optimization or increasing efficiencies. And this led to the fact that you started seeing focused programs of trying to make the business more efficient. That was a phase where we saw widespread investment in things like continuous casting in our industry. That led to widespread reduction of the employment figures in the industry. That was also followed by a phase, particularly in Europe, of privatization, where governments were selling off their steel businesses, and as a result of this privatization, this eventually led to consolidation in the steel industry. So at the beginning of this period, in the stagnation period, we saw a large steel company typically making between 6 and 10 million tons a year, and by the end of that period, we started seeing companies producing 30 to 40 million tons a year. So period of consolidation, growing size of businesses, and growth of efficiencies. But also, crucially, we saw the beginning of protectionism, in the sense that we saw, as we are beginning to see now, growth of tariffs, the use of tariffs and other market protectionist methods. And the industry was seen as an industry that you should not invest in. And this was basically the situation that we had in the early 1990s. But it was essentially a very important phase, because what the industry has done is go through a period of making itself lean, focused, consolidated, and ready for the next phase of growth, which started in the early 1990s, particularly with the growth of China. If you look in the third bar on the right-hand side, almost all of that growth that you see there is the result of growth in China. But crucially, two things happened. A, the industry was privatized. B, in the early late 1990s, we started seeing a combined agreement between governments, which led to the fact that many tariffs were reduced or removed by the late 1990s. So we had a relatively free market within which to operate by the early 1990s to 2000s, and when China came along, we started seeing a really globalized period in steel market development. And we saw a period of growing size of businesses, growing use of steel in many applications, and thirdly, globalized steel trade. Now the question is, this second stagnation period where we are now, and this is really what will the future hold. We're getting to the point where China is stabilizing. We are getting to the point where we begin to see steel demand factor stabilizing, and the question now is how to go forward. How should we be thinking about the future of our industry? Just a couple of other quick trends in this period that we've seen, the growth period from the 90s to 2020. We have also seen a shift in the location of where steel was made. I show here just two slides, 2013 and 2023. And just as an indication, you can see For instance, on the left-hand side, China was making 50% of steel in 2013. They were at, 57% in 2023. India was 5% 2013, 7%, 7.5% in 2023. And then you look at Japan, Europe, and North America, and you see declining factors for all three of those areas. You see the same thing when you look at the use of steel, growth of steel use in China and India and other developing economies, declining use in the older economies. So, what do I think the future will hold? We know we are at a point where China is beginning to decline, India is growing. There is significant concerns in most of the developed economies, US, all of Europe, most of Northern Asia, Japan, South Korea, about the future of the markets. We start to see tariffs creeping back into the business. We have significant other concerns which was mentioned, the question of environmental challenges. So what are the few things that we should think about? Firstly, I think we can rest assured demand for steel will continue to grow. This is a slide by Wood Mackenzie looking at expected demand for steel all the way till 2050, and the grey band that you see there really are the sort of top and bottom ranges. We are right now in crude steel terms at about 1.9 billion tons of production every year. The estimate is that by 2050 we should be somewhere between 2.2 and 2.4 billion tons. And the size of this gap of 200 million tons really is the function of a whole range of assumptions in terms of steel use, in terms of recycling of steel, in terms of environmental factors. All of these are baked into this gray area. So we have at least one factor that we know about, and that is from now till 2050, another 20 years or so from where we are, we think at least another 200 million tons of steel will come. So on average, therefore, a growth of about 10 to 20 million tons, 10 to 15 million tons per year. That's the first important thing. Will the use of steel change? Not necessarily. This is a slide just showing the various uses of steel, the market segments on a global basis of where steel is being used. You can see at the top, the construction sector is 52%. We think this might grow a little bit as developing economies become more important in the use factors in steel. So this 52% might grow higher to 55, 57% ranges maybe. Will we see more steel going into other applications? No. Overall, we think auto will remain an important market sector. We think machine building will remain important and so on. The one area that could change, I think, is steel use in marine environments. We are already seeing energy systems, for instance, windmill towers, moving offshore into marine environments. Gas and oil moving much more into marine environments. So we are thinking, if you look for a new application area, this will be marine-based steels. And potentially, with the growth of interest in space, we may begin to see a requirement for materials that can operate at sub-zero temperatures, so-called cryonic steels. But overall, we do see a relatively stable picture in the places where steel is being used. We also think the pattern of efficiency of steel as a material will continue. In other words, right now we are seeing a drive, and we have seen this for the last 15 or 20 years, a drive to make steels stronger and lighter. And what that effectively does, it makes us use less steel for the same application. Every year by about 1% of steel demand we think is reduced because of efficiency of the material use. So that effectively means that as we go forward, part of the growth rate of steel will flatten off just because the material becomes more efficient in use. With the same ton of steel, you now build more cars or cover more houses. You have a larger surface area with the same weight. And we weigh, or we measure our capacities and our growth of steel use and so on, all of them are measured in weight factors. So first factor, growth will be there. Second, application areas will remain relatively the same. Third factor, shift in regional patterns will continue. This is a 25-year slide from 2000 to 2025, 26, just showing where steel is being used. On the very left, this dark bar you see is India, and you can see starting to grow from about 4% in 2020 to almost 10% now by 2025 of the total global market. The next one is China specifically. And you can see already in the last 5 years we started seeing the share of China on the total beginning to decline. That means the rest of the world is growing, China is stabilizing. And we think this decline of China will continue. What is the next color? Orange type color is the rest of the developing world. Southeast Asia, Africa, Middle East, but in this case particularly the Middle East and Southeast Asia, that is continuing to grow. But overall you can see, moving from the orange to the blue color, the last 5 years we start seeing a stabilization also in the growth of the developing markets. And I'll come back to that. The final point I want to make is if you look at the decline of the mature markets from 60% of the market in 2000 to about 20% of the market now, that we think is going to stay stable. So we have seen a very, very significant shift in where steel is produced and used over the last 25 years. And we think now we are at a point where stabilization may begin to creep in with these kind of market shares or market ratios. The next continent we should be looking at for future growth really is Africa. But right now we don't see much momentum building in Africa. They're actually stabilizing in terms of their steel use also over the last number of years. And before steel use will pick up in Africa, there's lots of economic development that will need to take place. Now let's move on to the other trend, decarbonization, that was also mentioned. This is a trend that all of us in the steel industry will have to look at. We have said to ourselves, what do we think are the most likely trends in decarbonization that we can see so far being baked into the figures? There is a lot being said about decarbonization. There are factions that says we should only have electric steel making into the future. There are other factions that says you should go into direct reduced iron. And we said to ourselves, we know there will not be enough scrap all the way till 2050 to satisfy all steel demand. So blast furnaces are going to stay around for a long while. They will not disappear in the short term. We know there are shortages in DRI quality iron ore. So DRI cannot potentially take over all of the work of the blast furnaces. Which of these various production routes are going to play a role in decarbonization? And you can see here kind of a waterfall chart. If you look at the very left, this shows the current CO2 emissions of the steel industry, and this is based on 2020 figures. 3.6 billion tons of CO2 emissions by the steel industry as a whole. We think between now and 2040, additional growth in demand will add another 480, let's say 500 million tons of CO2 emissions in the steel industry. These are the two blue bars, taking us from 3.66 to somewhere around 4.2 billion tons of CO2 emissions. And then you start seeing some savings. First saving we see is the EAF share. It will continue to grow, but it will grow mainly in China. China is reaching a phase now where they begin to see some scrap generation, and therefore China and to some degree Southeast Asia is the area where EAF development can take place. And that we know will bring a significant reduction in CO2 emissions in China particularly, and that's the first green bar that you see. The second big green bar that you see there is also the role of blast furnace BOF. We do see quite promising results about more efficient use of blast furnaces in terms of top gas recycling, potentially hydrogen addition into the blast furnace. And the initial results that we are seeing there tells us that there will be a significant saving in CO2 emissions on blast furnaces as well. And these are the two big contributors. So both the main legs of development of steel making will contribute to decarbonization in the future. But as you can see on the right hand side in the orange color, we will not be close to net zero. This is a 2040 figure. We don't think 2050 will be at this level. It will be lower, but we will not be at net zero by 2050 as an industry. So there is promising progress in decarbonization, but it's not going to be making us a net zero industry. And actually what we will see are various different approaches in different regional sectors of how steel will be made and what the decarbonization patterns will be. And those approaches are a function of how much scrap is available, what your raw material availabilities are, what your energy availabilities are, because that will dictate how much hydrogen we can make in the future. So we are going to see a regional differentiation in steel making routes and CO2 emission routes in different parts of the world. Finally, there is still some work to be done that we need to understand. And I come back to this thing constantly. As an industry, we remain an open industry. Steel is a product that is sold in different locations to where it is made. Currently, typically around, I used the figure yesterday, 440 million tons of steel is traded across borders. On top of that, about the same amount is traded in the form of steel in use in a product. In other words, steel as a part of a car or a bicycle or white goods that are traded across borders is another 400 million tons or thereabouts. So we should be very careful not to become too protective in our markets, to protect our steel making routes, because that same protective measures limits the ability of steel to flow from one location to another. And for an open economy like the steel economy on a global basis, it is important for all of us to continue to try and strive for a level playing field. Everybody currently uses the term excess capacity, and it's common that we want to blame China for excess capacity. But 30 years back, Europe was blaming excess capacity. And probably in 20 years, everybody is going to blame India for excess capacity. So this is a revolving cycle that will come around. We should not become too emotionally attached to protectionism of our industry. We should understand the steel market, the steel industry is truly a global industry. It has a product that travels well between boundaries or across boundaries, and we should facilitate that growth to travel. On top of that, leaving aside protectionism, we must know that we should also be very careful in terms of the process of decarbonization, that we do not create additional obstacles that will work against the ability of our product to flow across borders. We are beginning to see the beginning of patterns where environmental legislation is beginning to flow into trade legislation. CBAM in Europe is an example. And many countries are thinking about something similar, where carbon emissions and other environmental factors become restrictions for material to flow across borders. With that, I'm not saying CBAM is wrong. I personally think CBAM is a good experiment on how to add a cost to carbon on a global basis, and the efforts here in India and in China and in Japan to develop similar regional CBAM systems, I think should be promoted, because if everybody in society begins to pay for carbon, that really is the quickest way and the cheapest way for us to shift technology to decarbonized approaches going forward. But we should be careful that we don't have different ways of measuring in different countries. In other words, our environmental metrics should preferably be the same or similar across different parts of the world, so that the metric in itself does not become an impediment for trade flows. I mentioned in this last section the question of work that is still outstanding. A big part of work that is still outstanding is how we think around the process of reusing of steel. Steel is one of the products that has the highest reuse rate and the highest reusability of most of the large material groups. Currently, we know that about 84% of all steels that were ever made is being recycled. But the big portion of recycling at the moment is to take the scrap and melt it again. So you add a huge amount of energy back to make the steel usable in a different context. In the future, because all of us in society are working in a situation where energy is really the scarce commodity for all of us in the next 20 to 30 years, and will become more scarcer as we start moving away from fossil fuels and towards other forms of energy, we should also be thinking about how can we reuse steel without having to add this energy of remelting it again. And that means the process of circularization. I spoke to someone around circular economy earlier. And in the circular economy, there are a lot that we still need to get to grips with in terms of how to maintain guarantee conditions and traceability of a product. Let's say a steel beam that was in a building for 20 years, you take it out there, it still isn't a good condition because it was in a dry, air-conditioned environment. And now you cut a long beam into two shorter beams. How do you ensure traceability? How do you ensure performance traceability and insurance traceability of this material in its second or even third life later on? So there is a lot of things that we have to think about going forward in terms of how we can make our steel industry a lot more flexible and tradable going forward. But I don't have the answers to those at the moment. I know we will develop it as we go along, because that's the final thing around our steel industry that I think we can believe on. If I look at the history of steel over the last how many years, I do see quite a flexibility in our industry to find new ways of using our material, new ways of producing the material, and also new ways of making the material available to society. And I'm quite sure that this intellectual flexibility and willingness to be new and be different will continue as we go forward. I think that's enough for now, and I'm happy to take any questions if we still have time available for this. Thank you.
I think we can have a few questions from all the delegates who have joined in here. So if we can just on the mic, yeah.
You have to keep your very close to the mic. Excuse
Can
me.
we have the handheld mic, please, if it's not working? It's not. Can we have the handheld, please? So we have a handheld, yeah.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah.
Hello. Good morning, and it's always a pleasure hearing Edwin on steel demand and the scenarios. And it has been always interesting to hear the complete dynamics of steel as WSA looks at it. I think the very important point that I caught from the whole presentation is that in context of the subject, that steel demand is growing and will grow. I stop it there, but then it raises a lot of questions. If the demand is growing, is the capacity in sync with this demand is more than this? I think that point has not come around in this presentation, which is a very interesting point. Second, I think in the presentation, one more thing which emerges is steel industry profitable for investment in the future? I think that needs to be looked at. And I think it has to be reflected also. Thirdly, I think WSA has been talking mostly on steel, and within that steel, commodity steel predominantly comes. And I have on the dais my important colleague, and that is how much of that steel is gradually being replaced by specialty alloy and stainless steel. That's a very important factor. And now let me tell you the categories of steel which are now talked about, not about 30 years ago. A, non-alloy steel. B, alloy steel. C, stainless steel. And fourth category has been added, super alloys. Now, when we look at this, maybe 80% is all about commodity steel, low alloy, but this 20%, which drives some of very important segments. I saw your table where you say next to construction is automotive. And in automotive, there are two, flat as alloy steel. What is the future of these 20% in the forthcoming region? These are the products which are coming out of EAF route or low carbon emission routes, and therefore they contribute more towards the green steel. Correct me if I'm wrong. How do you look at this in the future? We do not know what is the percentage of alloy, stainless steel and super alloys as of date in the total. 1,743. What is that percentage? Because it caters to what? To defense? Not much. And lastly, the threat of shifting of other products into steel, how much are you weighing this as a major factor affecting the demand of steel? Thank you.
Yes.
I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Dr. Anil Dhawan, Director General of Alloy Steel Producers Association and a former Executive Director of Steel Authority of India Limited.
Well, thank you, and I'm very happy you're here with us in this discussion, and all very, very good and I think very important questions. So I'm not going to go through them in detail, but I'll quickly just give a couple of headlines on each of these areas. Firstly, you spoke about capacity. Currently, as we've said, we have steel demand of somewhere around, let's say, working at round figures, 1.92 billion tons of crude steel production taking place. Against that, if you look at installed capacity, nameplate capacity now, we see around about 2.5 billion tons of installed capacity. 2.48, I think, is the figure. And then on top of that, we expect another almost 100 coming in Southeast Asia and so on in the next 2.5 years, or at least these are projects that have been announced. Whether they will be built is another question, but announced projects not yet underway could be another 100 million tons on top of this 2.5. OECD has a figure end of 2027. They think there will be just around 2.7 billion tons of capacity installed. Now this is nameplate capacity. That does not mean this whole gap between 2.7 and 2 billion tons is the overall excess capacity. You will know better than I do that there is a yield loss factor in terms of how specialized your product is, and the more specialized, the bigger the yield loss. On an average, probably somewhere around 20 to 25% of this excess capacity will get lost just in yield. Second factor in terms of this capacity, which we should be careful of, is that there is a lot of capacity on the books, particularly in the older countries, that are not being closed. They stay on the book, but they are not operating for a variety of reasons. Some of them are balance sheet figures. You know, the capacity is part of a loan that was made in years past. If you close the capacity, you have to pay off the loan. So capacity stays in place, but it's not used. In some countries, if you close capacity, you have immediately begin to rehabilitate soil and other factors. And to delay this rehabilitation cost, capacity is maintained. So there are many question marks around the capacity, but sure, there is surplus capacity to actual production at the moment. I don't think it is as big as everybody makes, but we also know that this gap between installed capacity and actual production is becoming a political play ball, and it becomes the basis of argumentation for additional protection and blaming some other countries for undercutting the market and so forth. I think we have to be just always careful and realistic when we do our own analysis in our own environment by how much we are really developing capacity. The other factor is that there are always consequences of closing capacity. China closed in 2019, they've closed 150 million tons of what they called excess capacity to come to a level of about 1 billion tons. In those days, China used about 900 million tons of steel a year. They produced just less than 1 billion. With the yield loss factor, they were about in balance. Demand in China since COVID epidemic has dropped. And today, China uses only about 800 million tons, 820 million tons. But they still have this 1 billion tons of capacity in place, and we've seen exports from China rising. The Chinese government says, we don't want to export material because we carry the environmental load. And then we sell this to a country that gets it kind of free of charge environmentally. But within the regions in China, regional governments are saying, if I close capacity, I sit with unemployed on my hand. I'd rather export the environmental benefit and keep the people employed. So there are all sorts of political considerations and other considerations in this excuse me, in this capacity question. Let me move from capacity to profitability, because that was your second point. It is true that with this excess capacity, there seems to be pressure on profitability at the moment. I think the pressure is more the question of demand that was dropping in China and the additional exports that is putting a damper on market prices. But profitability is not necessarily only a factor of market prices. I look at the American prices domestically, that's typically about 30% more than the prices in Europe or in other Asia, and they're also complaining about profitability. If I look over the whole period of these three phases that we spoke about, ever since the early 1990s, the steel industry on an average worked on an EBITDA of a figure of about 7 to 9%. I saw the other day a book on the history of U.S. Steel, and as you know, U.S. Steel was created in 1902 in the United States as a merger between the Carnegie and J.P. Morgan steel assets in those days, and as it were, it became the first large-scale public-owned corporation, public-owned in the sense owned by shareholders, where the owners, the shareholders, were not the managers. So they was also the first company that created a so-called annual report. I looked at the annual report, the first annual report for US Steel. They did not estimate EBITDA, but I did a quick calculation on the EBITDA figure, and what was it? 6.8%. Very similar to the 7% that we saw in the 1990s, and even a little bit higher than we see now. So the industry goes through cycles of being more and less profitable. Right now is probably a cycle of being less profitable, and has been for the last few years since COVID. But I do think in places like India, Southeast Asia and elsewhere, profitability levels are sufficient enough to allow for new production capacity to be developed. What we should, all of us in the industry, guard against is that we don't build new capacity with subsidies and other incentive methods from governments. Let's keep it as free from interference as possible. Lastly, just a few remarks on your alloys and specialty steels. I think very, very important. That is the area of growth. You mentioned the well, first question is, how do you define an alloy and a specialty steel? Where does an alloy begin and where does it stop? Is automotive steels alloys? No, if you are going to be true in the sense that there are no additions normally in auto addition, but there is a lot of speciality elements in automotive steels, very low carbon elements, very specified production methodologies. The auto steels industry for the moment is 200 million tons out of this 1.8 on a global basis. We see this declining in Europe and US. It might be growing here in India. It has grown in China already, but most of the Chinese growth is in this 200 million ton figure. And our view is probably this is going to remain very stable going forward. But we do see strong elements of growth in the construction environment, and as I mentioned there, marine steels are seeming to play a more and more important role. There is a lot of work being done in stainless. Stainless is about a 90 million ton market out of this 2 billion at the moment, so it's a small market, it's a focused market, but you could truly probably focus stainless as an alloy market. The rail market is about 140 million tons a year at the moment. We think this is going to have some growth. So you're absolutely right. These specialist alloy type steels, mainly in the construction environment, we think has upside potential going forward. But it is an interesting market. I think we will all survive in the next 30 years at least. Thank you.
Thank you.
One,
Thank you.
2, 3.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for a sophisticated overview of the world steel production. My name is Nikita Rublinkov. I'm the Executive Secretary of Russian Electric Steel Association. We make up more than 30% of EAF production in Russia. And I strongly agree with you that we should be very careful with all of the trade obstacles, and perhaps we shouldn't focus on low carbon footprint itself, but on energy efficiency that will eventually lead to low carbon footprint of all steel production worldwide. And my question is the following. What's your opinion on the current Indian trends in steel production? I mean that today we see that there is some shortage of low carbon footprint production in India. That's why Indian steelmakers, they tend to import more of semi-finished products from EAF producers from other countries. So what are the current trends till in the next 10 years, in your opinion?
Thank you. I think a very, very important question. Our view is that in terms of environmental factors, you would like to think that all future production capacity that comes should be EAF or EAF DRI type factors. India is the one exception to this case. And in fact, not only India, but all of South Asia. We think that India, because of a lack of availability of scrap firstly, secondly, lack of energy capability, is going to be the one area where we'll see the BOF sector grow relative to the total. In Southeast Asia, the same storyline. EAF sector will grow. The BOF sector will grow rather than the EAF. But EAF sector will grow in China. We don't see it changing very much in South Korea and in Japan. So overall, we are seeing a future where by about 2050, we suspect that the EAF sector will grow from about 30% where it is now as part of the global production level to something around 44%. But then you run out of scrap. If you make use of DRI, maybe you can get this 44% back to 50% on a global basis, but then you run out of DRI capability raw materials, and you run out of energy for DRI purposes. So we think 50% or thereabouts of steel production by 2050 will still be BOF type sector, and a big portion of that will be in the Asian sector, including India. And therefore, in terms of decarbonization challenges, the real challenge is going to be in the next decade and a half in terms of research and development work on how we can get the blast furnace to lower levels of CO2 emissions. Currently, if you look at the three routes, EAF route typically about 700 kilograms of CO2 globally per ton of steel produced. The EAF DRI sector, based on natural gas, is about 1.3, 1.4 tons of CO2 per ton of crude steel produced, and then the BOF sector typically around 2.2. So if we can get the BOF sector at least to the level of DRI level, then we can make a big gap or a big reduction in CO2 emissions from the BOF sector. And some of the current research work in India and in Japan, where we have in some cases hydrogen injection and in some cases other gases injection into the blast furnace, we begin to see quite promising results of a reduction of around 30% of CO2 emissions from the blast furnace BOF sector. And if you take 2.2 minus about a third of that, that actually brings you back to something very close to this EAF DRI level, including natural gas. If we want to make a real reduction after that, we have to start looking at much larger scale use of hydrogen. Personally, I think there is far too much optimism around hydrogen at the moment, and it's not hydrogen that's the problem, it's the energy to produce the hydrogen that is the problem in most countries in the world, including the EU. And therefore I think that hydrogen phase or implementation scale of hydrogen is going to be slower than most people expect. Thank you. There was a question or two questions, and then there was a question over there, and then we'll go here. So 1, 2, 3.
Thanks, Edward, for taking us to the fascinating journey of steel from its roots to the future. I'm more concerned about the future, how the decarbonization is going to happen, especially when you see, you mentioned hydrogen, but the cost of hydrogen, green hydrogen being on the higher side. So are we looking at tweaking certain business models like capturing the carbon, producing a different product altogether, as in,
Excuse me, can I ask, can you get a microphone? I cannot really hear you very well here.
Hello?
So my question is around, decarbonization for the future. Like you mentioned, net zero is not possible, but still we are going to decarbonize the steel sector a lot. So in that a lot, we need to do a lot of things for 2040. You mentioned about CBAM, you mentioned about hydrogen, but hydrogen being a costlier fuel right now, green hydrogen especially for decarbonization. Are we also looking at, mixing the business models and say for refineries, we have petrochems now, which are kind of subsidizing the things. And steel producers, can they look at producing different things from carbon capture and hydrogen and mixing and getting profits out of it? And how is World Steel Organization helping, enabling? Do you have a pathway for decarbonization apart from the regulatory things? What is happening in Europe? So my question is on that, decarbonization.
Yes, thank you. I think it's a very important question. If we look in the industrial space, the three big greenhouse gas emitters are petrochemicals, or the chemical industry, steel industry, and cement. Each one about an equal proportion of around 9% of total CO2 emissions at the moment. Steel is in a fortunate position that we have multiple routes of bringing decarbonization effects together, some of them faster than others. In World Steel, we propose kind of 3 phases. Phase 1 is really just to look at efficiency. Our estimates are that even today, just with the existing equipment in place, We think anything above, anything between 10 and 18% of CO2 reduction is possible just by running our own existing plants more efficient. And we have a program called Step Up where we share efficiency practices, whether this is an EAF efficiency or a BOF or a DRI efficiency process. So first thing is efficiency. Second thing is capitalize on the role of the EAF sector, including DRI, but specifically EAF. So make use of scrap where you can, but that in itself is its own set of challenges. The previous speaker mentioned this question of contamination in scrap. If you begin to recycle more and more, and we're getting to the point now in the older economies, USA and EU, where copper contamination becomes a question mark to look at. And we're actually doing a study now in the US, particularly to see what is the sort of scale of copper contamination and what can we do around that. So that at some point will place a limitation on a reuse of scrap, or at least the reuse of scrap through the EAF route in terms of specific market applications. And then we come to the third question, and that is the outstanding question, is what kind of R&D can we do, continue to do, to make our blast furnace EAF route, blast furnace BOF route more greenhouse gas efficient. Top gas recycling does play a role, hydrogen injection does play a role, but there are some interesting ideas. Tata Steel in Jamshedpur is going to try and develop something where they replace coke as the heating element in the blast furnace with electricity. Now that's an interesting topic. We all will follow that with greedy eyes and see what comes out of that process. The real question is going to be for our industry eventually is how can we get to decarbonized energy systems? And everybody is carrying on about renewable energy. We've done a global energy study a few years ago in terms of different routes to energy, and the sad news is that we don't see renewable steels or renewable energy making much more than 30% of the total. Even if I take Europe as an example, if you place a windmill on every single hill in Europe that can take a windmill, then we may get to 35% self-sufficiency on average, and that is not even efficiency across the seasons. That's just in a particular year. If you start bringing in seasonalities, then it is even less than that. So nuclear will have to play a role. All the way till 2050, fossil is going to play a significant role, particularly natural gas. We see coal reducing a little bit, but that reduction in coal is picked up by the natural gas on the other side. So we see still around a 60% fossil element in energy going forward. And therefore for society as a whole, this is the crucial question, is how do we get to decarbonize energy systems in the future, because that's also the basis to generating hydrogen at acceptable prices, which can then help the steel industry and also the other industries. You mentioned CCUS. Yes, we think it will play a role, but CCS is a very, very long process. If you want something in 20 years, you have to start now. It's geolocation specific, and not everybody will be able to make use of that. So in USA, CCS linked to their oil sector seems to be doing okay for the moment, and there's some growth there. We think it has space in the Middle East. Everywhere else, maybe there's a few locations in Southeast Asia, but everywhere else CCS is probably more of a red herring than a real solution. Sorry about that.
Hello?
Yeah, just carry on, I can hear, so just speak.
Yeah. Good morning, I am Professor Raman from Trichy. We have been actively following your Steel Challenge competitions and also many programs of the Steel University. How do we set up a local center or a local virtual center of your Steel University? Thank you.
Very easy, you work with the Indian Steel Association. We as a global association try not to supersede the work that national steel associations are doing. We have very, very good relationships with the Indian Steel Association. get in touch with them, and then we are happy to share whatever we have, and they become your local center here in India. I'll speak to them as well and talk about this as well. But get in touch with Alok Sahay, who is the boss of the Indian Steel Association at the moment. Alok Sahay. Speak to him.
Thank you.
Right, then who was the next? You guys. Are we running out of time?
I'll try to make it short. Firstly, thank you for the highly valuable comments and contributions by you, by everyone involved in today's session. And my question takes me back to one of the points you've mentioned earlier regarding how the increase of environmental legislations is becoming a barrier to international trade. We've got the EU CBAM, we've got yesterday, we saw the introduction of the first draft of the UK CBAM, and we've got also the American version of CBAM and called the Foreign Pollution Fee Act being discussed nowadays in the States. And my question is, what role can the World Steel Association play in terms of ensuring that this is not becoming a real obstacle to international trade, and has it engaged in discussions with the WTO regarding that? We know India, for example, has been a big opposer of CBAM, and it makes, we're not surprised to see that, but what role can the World Steel Association play in regards to this point? And for the record, I represent Algerian Qatari Steel. We come from Algeria, and we're very happy to be here today. Once again, thank you for all the valuable insights mentioned earlier. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for coming back to this. I think this is crucially important. First step, what have we done? About 2 years ago, in the steel environment, we created jointly with the WTO a so-called, what we call steel standards principles. Most steel producers and steel associations are signatories to that. In World Steel, we've done a detailed mapping of all of the ways, country by country, of what are the environmental legislation that could potentially impact on tradability of materials. So this detailed mapping is available, and the idea is that we will eventually take this, or not eventually, we are taking it into our life cycle assessment figures country by country and product by product. So there's a lot happening. We're now getting to the point where there is a question mark in the WTO where we say, well, this steel standards principle is a nice idea, everybody is very happy, they've signed this stuff, but okay, what does it mean? How do you take this forward into reality or into some real discussion principles at, let's say, the level of technical barriers to trade as guidelines? So the key issue, or the good thing is that the bad thing is World Steel is not a signatory in the WTO. Their members are governments. We are not a government. We have no government that we represent. So we have observer status and we work with them, but the real work has to be done through government representatives around the table. And we've been speaking to all of our members that they should get their delegations at the WTO to start supporting these ideas. And we are beginning to see some uptake of this idea in some of the government papers that are presented to the WTO. And a key word that seems to boil up now is this word of interoperability. Everybody says, yes, sharing shared metrics is a very good idea, but let's use my method, not someone else's method. So the key now is if we can get to methods that can be tradable or interoperable in terms of different applications, then you get to kind of the second best solution. In the steel industry, our mapping showed that we are about 93% interoperable in all of our metrics. So we're kind of there. The question is, how do we bring it into the WTO environment, and obviously also into the International Standards Organization, where we have the same story. World Steel is an observer at the ISO, but our member countries must make the actual discussions around ISO. So there's a strong link, again, with national associations and national governments to drive this process forward. But it is not, we don't jump from hell into heaven in one step, you know. It's, you have to learn to live without sin for many, many years before you get to heaven.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think one last question we can take before we conclude the session.
It's not a question, maybe just an observation on what you were just talking about, standardizing emission measurement methodologies. So we are also in India working on these methodologies and have been studying it across the world. And one just practical suggestion I would like to give: when we try to standardize across the globe, what we generally do is ignore the local variations and local conditions. So the default values which are to be used in case of measurement not available has to be taken care of very carefully and suited to the local conditions. So when you are evolving a system, I would just request you to kindly consider this as well, the local situations and the local conditions and the default values suited to the local conditions.
Yeah, I think this is very important, and thank you for making this point. 2-3 years ago, the G7, Japan was the chair country of the G7 at that stage, and they requested the International Energy Agency to do an evaluation of what they called the heterogeneity of steel. In other words, how do we get to common metrics and measures? The IEA, after a 7-month study, eventually came to kind of 5 conclusions. They said, in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, after all the measurement systems that they have, the most common one in use is the one by the World Steel Association, which we had for the last 20 years, and they proposed standardize on that, and we agreed with our members this will be the basis. The second one on life cycle assessment systems, same story, many different approaches, but World Steel Association one is longest in business and most complete, so use that as a starting point, was the proposal of the International Energy Agency. We have agreed with our members this is what we will do, and we are doing some minor alterations on our metrics as well, so that there is traceability from emissions by site to LCA systems, which includes then traceability of scope 1, 2 and 3 in all cases. And in fact, some of the figures that I mentioned earlier in terms of CO2 emissions may adjust a little bit if we start including methane from the mining environment in there as well. So, you know, either speak to me directly, I can tell you what we are doing, or work with your association and get the documents from us. But thank you for that.
Well, thank you. Well, thank you, Dr. Basson, for such an insightful and thought-provoking paper on a global steel landscape. Of course, your perspective not only highlighted the evolving dynamics of industry, but also reminded of us a shared responsibility we carry forward for sustainable growth, innovation, and resilience. Well, to move forward and now to bring this insightful discussion to an absolute great closure and summarize it, it's my honor and privilege to invite Shri Vijay Sharma, Senior Member FICCI, Steel Committee and Director, Jindal Stainless Limited. Can we have a huge round of applause and welcome him?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, good morning and close to good afternoon and namaskar. Engagement of the participants itself speaks a lot about what he is, what he knows, what he shares. Well, formally, thank you Nitinji for the setting the context, and my friend Doctor for the participation yesterday and today. Always very inspiring, the insights on the future of steel industry and the details shared by him, I think will have a very, very significant influence on the decisions which we take here in our country and try to navigate the complex challenges of technological advancement, sustainability, and as well as the global competitiveness. His responses were great, and his knowledge is too deep, and the transformations which he was talking about, that is something which we believe that we need to have unprecedented collaborations between industry, stakeholders within India, globally, research institutions, government, to develop practical and economical viable solutions. Thankful to Ministry of Steel, our parent ministry, Government of India, for this visionary leadership, for inviting such distinguished guests from abroad. And I would also like to thank all the delegates and participants. The engagement was really very motivating, and I believe that Doctor would also be going back with a little bit more of the learnings and the inquisitiveness. And once again, thank you with gratitude. At FICCI, we are highly committed for all such events and such conferences, and look forward to the continued support. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much. And I think thank you leaders for your expertise continues to shape the global narrative of steel, and we are honored that your shared insight is going to definitely enrich this forum. Also, I'll request for the Momento presentation. Well, Dr. Edwin Besson, Director General, World Steel Association, please accept the memento from the Ministry of Steel and FICCI. And this is, of course, a great, insightful session. This leaves on a mark that a very thought-provoking paper on a very ever-evolving global landscape of steel. Well, thank you, and we shall retire for a quick 10 minutes break, and we'll be back by 11:45 sharp. This is a tea break, so kindly join us and assemble back by sharp 11:45. Thank you, each one of you.
हाँ देखिए वो एक्चुअली ना उन्हें क्लियर नहीं हो रहा था कि उन्हें बैठना है कि नहीं बैठना, तो मैंने कहा आपसे पूछ के फिर बताती हूँ। नहीं वो मैंने देख लिया था हेड ऑफ टेबल पे सर है तो नहीं इसमें सर। अच्छा अभी अभी जो लेटेस्ट है ना इसमें नहीं था, तो मुझे लगा कि सर आपसे यू कैन ऑल्सो संजय
Yes. Good afternoon. Hello. Hello.
You have to be close to.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. We are starting with this roundtable on green route of steel making through scrap. May I request Madam Neha Verma, Director, Ministry of Steel, to give her opening remarks.
Am I audible? Yes. Distinguished delegates, industry leaders, policymakers, and other stakeholders, a very warm welcome to you all to this roundtable on green route for steel making through scrap. This discussion is highly relevant today as India moves towards low carbon and resource efficient pathways of steel making. As you all know, steel scrap is 95% recyclable. It can be used, reused, recycled infinitely, enabling up to about 74% of energy saving, 90% raw material saving, 40% of saving in water, 85% reduction in air pollution, 97% reduction in mining waste, and about 76% reduction in greenhouse gases. That's a huge list, and hence it's a very important input material for the steel industry, supporting sustainability as well as circular economy. However, in India, the scrap availability is limited. We are using only 21% of scrap in the steel production, while the global average is 31%. And developed economies like US uses scrap up to more than 65%. EU is at 57%. This just tells us how far behind the rest of the world we are in scrap consumption. The scrap availability in India is very limited because of the development cycle, the lag in development cycle India is seeing. The important sectors which contribute to scrap in India are few. Among them is shipbreaking industry. 95% of ship is recyclable and can provide up to 90% of the steel. However, in India, it contributes only up till 2% of total scrap production, although that's 1/3 of the world average. There are issues with shipbreaking industry like administrative rigidity, complex custom duties, and lack of modern facilities. Another important resource for scrap in India is construction and demolition waste. About 43% of steel goes into construction. However, the steel which is being recycled is much lower, and again the lack of segregation at the source, combining the scrap together, the ecosystem for scrap collection, and adequate recycling centers and unorganized scrap flow are the problems which are being faced by the construction and demolition sector. ELVs, end-of-life vehicle, is another important source of scrap. However, right now, the contribution to India's scrap ecosystem is less than 1%. And there are logistic issues with the ELV collection, as well as low level of policy adoption by the states. But this is a sector which has the highest potential of increasing the scrap collection in India. Then other sectors like railways also contribute to scrap, but in a limited manner. So there are a lot of challenges which lie ahead of the scrap sector, and one of them, important one, is the informal flow of the scrap in the economy, which results in the fragmentation of scrap collection, poor regulatory compliance, as well as the production of low quality scrap. Government of India has been taking various steps to navigate the challenges of the scraps availability and scrap system. One of the policies by the Ministry of Steel is Steel Scrap Recycling Policy 2019, which provides a framework for collection and usage and disposal of scrap. It's a Ministry of Steel is a facilitator and coordinator for the steel scrap. Motor vehicle scrappage policy by MoRTH, Ministry of Road Transport, is also an important lever which is trying to promote the collection of ELV scrap and usage and the flow back into the economy. Ministry of Environment and Forest and Climate Change has come up with EPR rules, under environment protection rules. They have come up with extended producer responsibilities. That is, EPR mandates are being given to the automobiles to recycle a certain percentage of scraps, recycle a certain percentage of steel in form of scrap. So there are a lot of policy initiatives being taken by Government of India, and also I would like to share that NITI Aayog is also playing a very important role in coordinating the efforts across the different various ministries in developing and fostering the ecosystem for scrap recycling. Hence, there are a lot of efforts going on. However, the policy implementation by the government has to be complemented by industry-led investments in infrastructure, technology, and capacity building. Hence, this session has been organized with the objective of bringing forth the various stakeholders of this industry, the manufacturers, the recyclers, technology providers, policymakers, and sustainability experts to discuss and deliberate upon various issues. How can we increase more and more scrap collection? How can we make it more available? How can we improve the quality of the scrap? How can we flow it back? How can we make it more and more used in the industry? And how can we navigate all the challenges that lie ahead us? So these are the questions being posed to this group August gathering, and I hope we can find some of the answers to the questions here so that we can better formulate policy. Ministry can take a better pathway towards a policy formulation. So with this, I invite you all to engage in the discussion and actively participate, share your perspective and thoughts, and even pose the questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Respected Vinod Kumar Tripathi, sir, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Madam Neha Verma, Director, Ministry of Steel, Mr. Sanjay Mehta, President, Material Recycling Association of India, other dignitaries and delegates. First of all, I would like to thank Ministry of Steel that we are the first country in this world who have defined green steel, and a big round of applause for this initiative. The taxonomy on green steel, which is a pivotal initiative that aims at transforming India's steel industry into a low carbon sector by promoting the adoption of green technologies. Its purpose is not just to define green steel, but also to provide a solid foundation for India's green steel market and attract investment in sustainable technologies. Ministry has done a lot on promoting this green steel. As you all are aware, that green steel is a part of decarbonization journey, which has been, our Honorable Prime Minister has set the target of net zero by 2070. Ministry of Steel has worked on Green Steel Mission, Green Steel Taxonomy, National Green Hydrogen Mission. They are also working on public procurement policy. The policy is in discussion and we are very hopeful that it will come out very soon. Ministries are working on green steel technologies. There are many industries which are looking for investments in this green steel technologies, targeted emission reduction. We are talking about under the taxonomy, as you all are aware, there are 3 steps of star rating, 5-star, 4-star and 3-star. There is lots and lots of work happening on renewable energies, carbon capture, utilization and storage, and steel scrap policy. To take this ahead and to discuss more about it, we'll request Sri Akshay Gujral, Executive Director, Downstream Operations, AMNS, India, to give his perspective.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I take care of the downstream in ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel.
Can you please try very close to the mic?
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I hope I'm audible.
Yeah.
So I take care not only of the downstream, but also the scrap initiatives and the scrap processing centers that we are setting up, and also on the long products. Just to say what Madam said, 51% of scrap usage in Europe. It's a fact that, the entire European industry for the long products works on scrap. The very fact that we talk about scrap and the scrap has become so important is because, only a couple of days back I was reading that once you are looking at scrap, you are putting in renewable energy, your carbon footprint goes to close to 0.5 from a today of an industry average of 2.4. So you are actually reducing your carbon footprint by 1/5. But there are some inherent issues in the Indian scrap. First of all, the demand of the Indian scrap will always outstrip the availability. The reason being, scrap has a 30 to 40 years user cycle. Probably in Europe, the scrap cycle to generate scrap out of the fresh material put in the ground is 30-35 years. In India, because we are to a certain extent slightly more greener in terms of our sustainability of using our white goods, our cars, our infrastructure, there is an added 10 years. So when I buy a washing machine, I use it for 7 years, 10 years. It gets repaired, I use it another 5 years, then it gets sold off as a second-hand washing machine, it gets another 5 years. So that cycle in Europe for generation of scrap is slightly lower. So as a result, whatever we have sold in 40 years back, what was the steel consumption 40 years back comes out today as scrap. And when we do our mathematics, what we find is scrap becomes even more difficult because of the fragmented issues, because of certain, economy issues, and the sector is getting organized thanks to companies like MTC. Sanjay Bhai is here. So thanks to companies like MTC or Tata or even, AMNS now foraying in terms of organizing the scrap value chain. So we are looking at, investing in 4 scrap processing units. The first one has already come up. The second one is on the way. The third one will be commissioned probably by the end of the year. And the fourth one is also on the plan. We are looking at investing 350 crores on these 4 units to process close to 500,000 tons of scrap. In our organization, we are also looking at, this taxonomy is a fantastic way of incentivizing the scrap usage or the green steel. And we are also looking at, we have announced that from the base figure of 2021, we will reduce our carbon footprint by 20% by 2030. And this is coming in a 3-pronged strategy. The number one will be the scrap usage. So we will double our scrap usage from where we are today to 2030. Industrial efficiency. So we will also, look at improving our industrial efficiency, and all the new investments that we are doing are more smarter steels, smarter technologies. And the third issue is on the green energy. I think these 3 together give you a very strong routing. The problems in India on the scrap will always be, as I am looking at it, we've been importing scrap. The peak imports were about 11 million tons. Last year was 8 million tons. But what we need to also look at is the international regime that is happening around us. We are also looking at the scrap availability from most of the developed world getting shrinked, because probably they will also start using more of the scrap. Probably Europe will grow from 51% to 60% scrap usage, because they are also coming with a very aggressive CBAM, and these CBAMs will be replaced by ETFs. And every ton of carbon will have a value. So for them to lower their footprint, they get a very strong value which starts from 2026. So I foresee that India's two largest suppliers of scrap from international markets are the US and the European Union. And US with the 232 article and also the duty structures that are yet not fully clear, but my feeling is they will also increase their scrap consumption by increasing their domestic production of steel. So this will also dry out a little bit of our scrap. I've always been saying that in India we are using now currently 40 million tons of scrap. We will go to 50-55 million tons of scrap demand, and we will be dependent on 7 to 8 million tons of imported scrap, and this is where the gap continues to rise. From a domestic economy, from a domestic generation of 32 to 34 million tons of scrap, we will increase by all the effort that the government is taking and all the fantastic efforts that the industry is taking to organize the industry, to make the to use the policy framework of the government, the ELVs to kick in once the state governments announces the incentives. All of this will really help to improve the scrap availability from the current 32, 33 going up to 41, 42, maybe even 45. Still, I foresee with most of the ISPs announcing capacities and increasing the scrap usage in their BOFs, the gap will continue to be there of 7 to 8 million ton. And I think that's where it is very interesting that scrap becomes a very important aspect of every ISP. We always say, and the government has always said, from scrap to gold. So scrap becomes a very valuable product, and we are all investing in, organizing this industry to make it more efficient, to bring better quality scrap. Our units are now taking the lowest quality of scrap, segregating it, cleaning it, baling or briquetting it, compacting it so that it becomes usable directly in our furnaces. And that's where we are moving ahead on the scrap side. I think scrap will continue to be a very, very important aspect along with the renewable energies that will continue to grow. So this way, I think at least the focus is very right now. I think everybody is talking about scrap. There is not a single integrated steel player who's not talking about scrap. We've got the right attention from the industry thanks to the government intervention. The taxonomy is also brilliant, 3-star, 4-star and 5-star. I think once this translates into a little bit of an incentive in terms of commercial incentive, we will really see this thing speeding up. Today, when you go to a customer and ask him whether you want a car made out of green steel and you want to pay 30,000 rupees extra, the answer is, we all know the answer. But I think with the government's initiative, we are moving towards that. So I think it's the right step.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Akshay. Shri Rahul Gupta, Chief of Steel Recycling Business, Tata Steel.
So Rahul couldn't be here for some personal exigencies.
Okay.
So I'm stepping in for him. I'm
Can you take the mic a little closer to you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Rahul couldn't be here because of some exigencies. I'm stepping in for him. I'm Kaustav Kakati. I'm Head of Regulatory Affairs for Tata Steel. So I think Ms. Neha Verma and Akshay already touched upon the key issues on scrap, but I'm just going to add on some of the initiatives that Tata Steel has taken up. We have a 500,000 ton state-of-the-art scrap processing facility in Rohtak, which has been operational since 2021. And that is dovetailed into our long product strategy, and where we have set up an EF plant in Ludhiana, which is around 750,000 tons. And we expect that to be commissioned by the third quarter of this financial year. Maybe it might spill over to Q3, but the target is it might spill over to Q4, but the target is Q3. And similarly, we plan to set up around 4 to 5 more processing such EF plants across the country over the next few years. I think each would be around an investment of around 3,000 to 4,000 crore rupees. Along with the trade issues that Akshay touched upon, I think one of the key policies that will impact our scrap import is the EU waste shipping rule. And along with CBAM and also, these are some of the, we should use the global platform, the EU FTA, etc., to negotiate better terms and facilities for this as well. So I'll limit my remarks to this for the moment and pass it on. Thank you.
Going ahead, we will request Shri Pradeep Thakran, Director ADB, to give his perspective.
Thanks very much. And
yeah, little closer to the mic. Yeah.
How about now?
Yeah, it's good.
Thanks very much, and good afternoon to all of you. Thanks to the Ministry of Steel and FICCI for inviting the Asian Development Bank to this really important meeting. Just a really quick introduction. The Asian Development Bank is a multilateral development bank. We lend to both the private and the public sector across our member nations. We did about $40 billion of lending last year, 24 billion of which is ADB's money, and the remaining is co-financed from our partners. In India, we've got a large footprint. We're currently active in areas like transmission lines, renewable energy projects, solar projects. We're also beginning to look at battery energy storage systems and electric vehicles. Decarbonization of the hard-to-abate sectors, which includes steel, is a huge emerging priority for us. I'll just lay out three major ways in which we're doing this. I understand, or I kind of recognize I'm probably one of the few financiers in the room, so maybe I won't talk about scrap steel. I'm no expert in that space, but we are very keen to support the steel sector. So a quick outline of three different ideas. One is we're currently working with a large conglomerate in India that makes steel in the private sector. Essentially, we're trying to help them to replace their captive coal plants with our renewable energy project. So the idea is that they would displace a 60 megawatt coal plant with a hybrid wind and solar project. This is about a $600 million project where ADB is providing the bulk of the debt. We're also bringing in climate finance, both in the form of a grant and low-cost loans, to pay for sort of the loss that happens, because this coal plant would otherwise have functioned till 2037. So we are actually, accelerating the termination or the closure of this captive coal plant. So that's an example of how we are beginning to help decarbonize the sector. So looking at scrap, organizing scrap, new facilities for scrap steel would all be of great interest to us. A couple of new financing options that are coming up in the near term. We're working with the Ministry of Finance, and we put in an application to the Global Climate Investment Funds to bring in as much as $250 million to support the hard-to-abate sector. We should be hearing on this application by June. Once that financing is available, that would be blended with ADB's own resources to support public and private sector operations in India. So, if you're a steel manufacturer, if you would be looking to access long-term concessional capital, both from the public and the private sector, you would want to sort of talk to us. And the second is we're also we understand that you've got the secondary steel plants, you've got the MSME sector, which needs a lot of financing. They are not as creditworthy as the large corporates. They don't have the deep balance sheets. They need capacity. So we're working with financial intermediaries, namely NBFCs and banks in India, to set up lines of credit. It's called the India Green Finance Facility, and so we're working with the Green Climate Fund to bring in a blended pool of finance that can be made available for a range of options and uses, including industrial energy efficiency. So all the things we talk about within the steel sector, such as increased electrification, renewable energy integration, increased scrap usage, electric arc furnaces, waste heat recovery, all of that would qualify under this program as well. So just wanted to lay out, one actual project that we're very close to actually closing, and a couple of large financing opportunities that would become available over the next 6 to 8 to 12 months. Thanks very much.
That's great, Pradeep. Nice to hear that. Our industry needs a lot of financing, and I think you are the key person in bridging that gap. Going ahead, Shri Biswadeep Bhattacharjee, Senior Vice President, Head of Green Steel, Primetal Technologies India Limited. Sir, we need to understand your perspective. Thank you.
Am I audible?
No.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So thank you, FICCI and Ministry of Steel for inviting Primetals Technologies. Thank you, Mr. Tripathi, Nehaji, for this, giving me this opportunity. So I represent Primetals Technologies, part of Mitsubishi Heavy Industries Group, and we are the leading plant builder for the iron and steel industry. I think when we speak of scrap, we look at it as one of the many medicines for decarbonization. Primetals has been on the forefront of the decarbonization journey across the world, mainly in Europe, as we have now discussed many times in this morning and yesterday, that a lot of transition projects are already running, upcoming. Also in India, we have started this journey. And Primetals is playing a leading part in all these transition projects. Electric arc furnace driven by scrap and a mix of DRI, is of course leading this. Taking down blast furnaces and converting into electric arc furnace is the way. Of course, in India, we have a different challenge, and I'll spend the next few minutes talking about that. If you look at the decarbonization range, we will still have a lot of BF, BOFs in India, up to 60–70% in the energy mix in the long run, I would say. And steel from the scrap-based electric arc furnace is really on the opposite horizon, where the specific CO2 consumption is at the extreme low. As we have discussed, the issue with the scrap-based electric arc furnace is the availability of scrap, really. So if your raw material, your feedstock is secured, then you really have a very good chance, and it's a very low-hanging fruit in terms of the path of decarbonization. But the challenge remains there, as was also now discussed, that securing this valuable resource called scrap is quite difficult. We spoke about some of these challenges. The fact that in terms of the current geopolitical scenario, nobody would want to release scrap as a path of green steel transformation, because everybody is going on the path of transformation. We have certain upsides, like the voluntary vehicle modernization program was mentioned, steel scrap recycling policy, but still we are looking at a situation where our current domestic scrap production of 25 million ton envisaged to go up to 70 to 80 million ton, but this calls for 700 scrap shredders, 2,800 to 3,000 collection dismantling centers, a huge investment. And I think this is where also discussed is the support from the government needed. As far as we Primetals is concerned, our main task is to prepare and be ready with the technology as and when scrap becomes much more available. And I will talk about some of these technological interventions that are required. Mainly, the issue with scrap, and was also discussed, that we need a pure form of scrap. Why? Because if there is copper content in the scrap, this creates a significant problem in the downstream steel making in the form of hot shortness, as we all know, and this causes surface cracking, edge tearing, and reduced ductility in the downstream products. Now, scrap is, if you look at it, is much preferred over DRI, as we know. It's lower cost, it's lower energy. DRI requires natural gas. You know, in India, natural gas is really, we need the right type of quantity and the price so that we can move to DRI. Scrap definitely offers an opportunity there, provided we are able to secure this type of raw material, lower carbon footprint. There is no need for mining beneficiation, as was also discussed. 43 years roughly is the turnaround time from steel to scrap, considering the Indian situation. The scrap melts faster in the arc furnace compared to DRI, and this helps in reaching the tapping temperature much faster, so higher productivity. And finally, the entire circular economy is then aligned if we move to scrap. As was also discussed, the renewables, as when they come into the picture, we will need to talk about renewable powered electric arc furnace. And here Primetals is really working on a lot of the important technologies. And let me just share some of them. We will need, of course, a hybrid power architecture. What I mean to say is that the electric arc furnace of the future need to work on the solar, wind, and grid. There will need to be a co-located battery energy storage system so that we can take care of the interventions once the renewable fails. Smart control systems for real-time load balancing, predictive switching, grid synchronization. These are very important topics. And also, probably in the future, we will look at AI and machine learning driven demand response in terms of the controls. Next generation power systems, and we have now devised this in many of the projects in Europe through IGBT, that is insulated gate bipolar transistor plus reactor, for dynamic compensation of the power factor, ensuring that the harmonics are low, voltage stabilization, and 10 times better flicker compensation. As we know, in terms of electric arc furnace, particularly in India, the flicker, of course, is a big problem. So, as a company, we are focused on these transition projects in Europe, and I believe some of the lessons learned will be then carried forward once India is then moving much more on the scrap route. I think all of the steel producers, mainly the main ones, have a zonal based approach in terms of scrap processing and electric arc furnace, targeting 4 electric arc furnaces in the near future on all the zones. So we are really anticipating that. I think Tata Steel has taken a lead role in the Ludhiana scrap in the north zone. And as a company, we are providing then the most energy efficient electric arc furnace. We can come down up to 280 kilowatt hour per ton of specific energy consumption. I think that's a world leading in terms of the electric arc furnace. I think we are looking at a positive step in terms of the scrap, but as we know, this is one part of the multiple medicines that will need decarbonization for India. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Biswadeep ji. Going ahead, ma'am, if we talk about green steel, which is made through scrap, there are the two major challenges which industry is facing. First is low availability of scrap in the country, and the second is demand for the green steel. I open this forum to people who are, to all the delegates who are attending this conference. We need your suggestions that how this low availability of scrap can be taken care. Government has come up with various policies like end of life vehicle policy, steel scrap policy, but anything else apart from this do you have in your mind? Please do let us know.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Can we also have some hand mics in the room?
Okay, I have to stay very close to the microphone. So, regarding how to, let's say, combine the need for green steel and also the need for scrap and also the need for steel quality, because I heard strongly in these days that there are plans for strongly improving the steel production in India up to 300 million of tons, but in parallel also those mass production. No, can you hear me better now? But okay, so as I was saying, one issue is to increase the amount of production, and another issue is also to improve the quality and also to introduce new grades of steel. This means the capability to have high quality steel production for scrap. So when we use scrap, maybe we can play on the sorting activities, but we can also play on the monitoring activities inside the steel factories. When I ask to scrap trader and to steel producer, who have to monitor the quality of the scrap, the trader or the steel factories? It is not an easy answer, because the trader sometimes has not a strong interest to sort to improve up to a certain level the quality of the scrap, because it will lose material. For the steel quality, it is another job, because they need space, they need to introduce new technologies and so on. From my point of view, one compromise is from the steel factory, for example, the adoption of relatively easy monitoring technologies, for example, based on image analysis with machine learning and artificial intelligence tool, just not to analyze the scrap, but to remove the scrap which may pollute the steel and cause the degradation of the steel quality, and this is good. Can be a good compromise. Another aspect from my point of view is how to combine, because one issue is for sure to melt scrap and DRI in order to dilute the Trump element, but how to manage the melting of blends of scrap and DRI, because it's not just a mass balance, because we must also take into consideration the green steel. So we must be able to calculate simultaneously the impact on steel quality, that is an issue, the impact of cost, it is another issue, and the impact of CO2 emissions, because DRI utilization will increase the energy consumption of the furnace, so you increase the scope 2 emission. So I think that also the adoption of decisional tools based on mass and energy balances, but also based on life cycle assessment. So the life cycle assessment can be used also as a decisional tool, not only as tool to analyze it, to certify a product.
Can you please come to the point? Yeah.
Yes, so I would suggest easy monitoring tool for the steel factory and the adoption also of decisional tool based on models and also based on life cycle assessment techniques.
Just to add to that, I would say there is some sort of, I would say, educational need also required, because right now we are segregating stuff at maybe at the junkyards or stuff like that. We are not segregating things at a consumer level. When we go anywhere, we have the garbage bin. That same garbage bin gets everything together. There is no segregation happening at the consumer level. So I think at some level, that sort of educational or awareness needs to be raised within the country, which will help us improve the scrap availability. And the other thing I would mention, Madam Verma was mentioning about the increased uses of scrap, and I would say, thinking ahead, a little bit ahead, from a technology perspective, yes, say you have improved your scrap availability and everything, that all falls flat if we don't improve electricity availability in the country. Because right now, most of the steel production that's happening, they are using the chemical process route. All of the new technologies, the existing electric arc fluxionary technology is there, but all of the new technologies that are being researched and talked about in order to reduce emissions and produce low emission steel, they all in one form or another use electrical energy to reduce the iron to produce steel. So somewhere we also need to make sure that this enabling facility is also available, so that demand for scrap also then grows. Because if the grid stability is not there, the grid supply is not strong enough, somebody will like, fine, what will I do with the scrap? The grid is not enough strong for me to put up a technological furnace. So I think these two things are quite important as well.
You have taken one point while your discussion that most of the scrap which is in India in informal sector is unaccountable. So my humble request, if we can understand from the ministry that what kind of steps ministry is taking to take in consideration that unaccountable scrap in the or how that informal sector can be formalized.
Sir, with your due permission, I would like to put forward one point to the Ministry of Steel. Like Akshay Gujralji from AMNS and various speakers have spoken about shortages of scrap and availability of good quality of scrap in the country, and that is because we need to import it. 8 to 10 million tons year and year we have to import and use it. Like rightly said, that scrap coming back to the system, whatever steel we use, that comes back to the system after 15 years to the 40 years of the gap. Depends upon the white goods and cars and the infrastructure projects and everything. So it is whatever the scrap is being offered from the outside of the country, it is at par with the same prices being offered at the Turkey or the Far East side or any other countries in the world. So same price mechanism is available for the Indian buyers. But look at the fine print that whatever scrap we are using as a secondary, I am a secondary steel player and a recycler, so I will speak about my industry regarding sustainable steel producers. So we are producing low carbon steel, like 650 kg of carbon consuming industry per ton of steel, producing per ton of steel. We falls under a 5-star rating. So if we as a consumer or any consumer in India calculate that if I use sponge iron or DRI, my cost is, example, 30 rupees. If I use more scrap, my cost will go up to 31,000. But if you're using more scrap, and if you're getting costly molten metal by 2 to 3% or 4%, but then that steel will be definitely sold with the Ministry of Steel help at a better price in the future. So if we put forward our journey on the green steel, definitely we will get better results, and the gap has to be fulfilled with the import of scrap in the near future also, and that whatever steel we consume per capita, that will be definitely bread and butter for the future generations going forward. So it is better to use more scrap, whatever the gap is there, import it and use it and produce more better steel with the use of scrap. Thank you.
But Mr. Mehta, what I understand from you all that there is still a very low demand of green steel in the country. How do you, from an association point of view, how do you take it up with ministry or other relevant authorities that this demand should increase?
Yeah, look at the policy. The taxonomy has been released, and I'm definitely hopeful that what message I got it from the ministries that by 2027 this will be taxonomy on green steel will be applicable, and in the future definitely green steel demand will come at the better price. It will sold at the better price, and I'm very much hopeful with the efforts of the Ministry of Steel. Whatever day we see the various policies has been issued, so definitely green steel demand will be increased, and Ministry of Steel definitely will work hard to get the better price for the green steel in the country. And we are first country to describe green steel. We are the first country to describe taxonomy, issue the taxonomy on the green steel. So it is definitely good efforts of the Ministry of Steel.
Akshay, you want to make some comments?
Yeah, I just wanted to make 2 comments. Yeah. Number one, when we talk about scrap, we have to be very clear on virgin scrap and the obsolete scrap. Yeah. On the virgin scrap, every ton of scrap that is generated is accounted for. There is no leakage in the system in terms of every ton of scrap is somewhat or the other remelted and reused. Where we have to really look at the effort is on the obsolete scrap. How do we manage this fragmented industry of obsolete scrap? What can we do to improve that? One low-hanging fruit is, the ship recycling. Today we have a capacity of about 5 million tons of recycling. We are working at less than 1 million tons of recycling of the ship scrap. What are the issues? I think till the time it was the Hong Kong Convention, we were able to meet all the aspects. With the European Convention coming in, Turkey takes over most of these vessels at almost $100 to $200 lower pricing, because they need the certification that this has been recycled as per the European norm or the European Convention. This could be one way to really look at it. And I think what Sanjay Bhai was slightly hinting at is nothing works faster for adoption as a commercial benefit. And as soon as that comes, you will find a lot of, takers for green steel. You will find a lot of people who would be interested in, producing more of the green steel. Another interesting aspect is when we talk about scrap today in India, the choice on the scrap or the secondary scrap is a DRI, coal-based DRI versus charging in scrap. And on the commercial side, coal-based DRI wins in terms of being cheaper, being more available also. It's both things. It's the availability as well as being commercially more viable. So I think these are 2 or 3 finer points that we really need to look at it. For me, low-hanging fruit is how can we upgrade our ship recycling? And I think most of the ship recyclers in India are also smaller ones. There are, I think, 165 yards in Alang. Probably they have the funding or not funding to upgrade to a European norm. I think something on that side could really help us to bring in 3-4 million tons of vessel scrap, which will be really effective for India.
Comments from Tata?
So one way of, I think, formalizing the scrap sector would be to probably lower the GST from 18% to around 5%. I think that will help reduce the revenue leakage part. Okay, that's a challenge. But the other thing that the Ministry of Finance and the Steel can look at is introducing the reverse charge mechanism where the user pays the GST instead. I think this is something we've been discussing, and I think something we can take up.
So I think government has already taken that RCM thing. RCM, yeah. Okay, and reducing 18% GST to 5% is a difficult task. I myself have represented Ministry of Finance various time and GST Council various time. They have said that since you are importing a lot of material under that HSN code, we will lose that pure revenue. And so this is one of the reasons that Ministry is not considering this. We can make more representations. You can help us in this, and we can take it up with the government. Puneet, you want to comment?
Yeah. So just with regards to green steel demand in the country, like the way we have the renewable purchase obligations in the electricity sector, can't we think about a mechanism where we have a green steel purchase obligation, starting with the public sector and then slowly transitioning over to the private sector as well? Because The purchase obligation thing, I think it has started already. The green steel taxonomy is a step in that direction, but can it be something that can be replicated in the private sector as well, to some extent? Obviously on a gradual basis. That's what I'm asking.
Any other comments from anyone?
No, I just wanted to add one point which Filippo mentioned.
Yeah.
I think it's very relevant that we have to be careful about the type of scrap and the quality of scrap we are putting in, because it's not sulfur and phosphorus that can be oxidized. So crafted scrap is the need of the hour. A scrapyard management system, which, as Filippo also rightly mentioned, identifies the scrap using different techniques, sensors, AI and so on. This is the need of the hour, and this is what is happening in many of the transition projects in Europe. So this will be a key.
That is why we need informal to formal integration. Then only the quality of scrap and what exactly we need in our plants can be taken care.
Right, and another point which I missed out was, while we are talking about electric arc furnace, let us also remember that in the converter steel making, there is also potential to increase the scrap rate. If you look at the current scrap rate in the BF is roughly between maybe 12 to 15% across India, and if you look at Europe, it is close to 30%. And given the right price and quality of scrap, this could also be a potential, way we can increase the demand of scrap. This is also a part of the green steel way, to reduce the carbon footprint.
Taking Biswajit's comments ahead, ma'am, there has been since last 3-4 years, since there is a discussion about green steel, we have been seeing that primary producers are more inclined towards scrap to minimize their carbon reduction. What is really happening is the secondary player who are using the steel scrap as their main source of production are getting that scrap at a very higher prices. So any sort of intervention from government that the raw material which is being used by the secondary steel scrap producers can be at a better rate. Any other comments? Yeah.
I have some suggestions.
Yeah.
See that scrap extraction technology is not being followed in our country, and as a result we are losing vast amount of scrap which could have been extracted. In other countries the scrap extraction technology is so modern, the sorting technology, the sensor, IoT technology. If some of these technologies are imparted, I think the extraction of scrap from the available, either it is home scrap or obsolete scrap, would go up tremendously. Number one. Number two, in all the large players, blast furnace, BOF, where scrap is being used, they have got their own EAF units. Everybody has got a EAF units, and currently about 25 to 30 million tons of steel is produced by these EAF units which are aligned with the large players. So I think the good opportunity will be for the large players to enhance the capacity in the EAF. In any case, they are expanding the capacities, and the capacity expansion can take place in the EAF units, so that large scale scrap use can be made and green steel may be made, so that the availability goes up. The number three is, it is no point in telling that the BF unit can use more scrap, because the steel making technology, the thin slab casting, the compact strip processing, net shape rolling, these technologies are making the quality of steel very high. At the same time, the scrap generation goes down. So it is no point looking for BF units to generate more home scrap. It can be done only through the EAF units. Second point, what Ministry of Steel can do tremendous help is that the generation of obsolete scrap is very minimum in our country. Except the automobile sector, the other sector, like in other places, in EU, we were talking to some of the international fellows who have come. The real estate sector is generating scrap in a good quantity. In our case, it is only 3 to 4%, which is minimum. Then household appliances. There is no norm, and as some people told that yes, nobody is doing there. If some amount of mandatory advisory can be issued by the government with the help of Ministry of Steel, I think Ministry of Steel can talk to those departments and can make it somewhat advisory on mandatory cases, so that the generation of obsolete scrap from these recycling of scrap can go up. My last point is about the shipbreaking scrap. Yes, it is correct that shipbreaking we have really gone down from 5 to 6 million tons. It has gone down. The 85% of LDT is out of the shipbreaking scrap. Out of that, 70% is melting scrap, 30% is rerollable scrap. This amount can go up tremendously because shipbreaking now almost all the other countries have abandoned except Bangladesh and a few countries. India can make a headway, but I think there are some issues with the BIS certification that Ministry of Steel can offer their help, so that this scrap which is generated, recycling scrap, melting scrap from the shipbreaking sector can go up tremendously. I think these are the 3-4 areas which we can implement so that the availability of scrap inside the country can go up.
Thank you so much, sir. Ma'am, one more point. I have been discussing with few producers, and they have been talking about that most of the mill scale, which is a very important raw material and is being exported out of India. If we can retain that through some policy intervention, if we can retain that in our country, it will be very beneficial for the country to get that good quality of scrap back in the systems. Any other comments?
Can I ask how much is that mill scale quantity? Because it would be
Ma'am,
very low.
I don't have any specific numbers with me, but I can put you across through such people who are talking about that thing, and we can come up to that number.
Ma'am, mill scale is being, we will provide you the numbers, but yes, he is right. Mill scale in good quantity is being exported out of India, especially to China only, especially, and that has a purity of about 63. I think so, 70%.
70%.
Yeah, 70%. No. That can be used in the blast furnace. That what we have discussed in last 1 or 2 days. That can be made briquetted, and the technology has come that can be used again in the furnace, and the use of the steel. So we will discuss later on the numbers and everything.
Any other comments from anyone? So moving ahead, I'll request the chair to address the delegates. Shri Vinod Kumar Tripathi ji, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Steel. Sir.
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes.
It's a privilege to be part of you. In fact, we have been discussing the present scenario of Indian steel since yesterday, and what has come up that this is the golden decade of the Indian steel industry. We are growing in the scenario when the whole world is all either stagnated or it's a shrinking. The major economies are shrinking while we are growing at rate of double digit, and we are expecting to grow at double digit for another 3 decades to come. Our Prime Minister has given us target of 500 million ton by 2047. So if you talk steel, in essence, I'll say talk about India. It is the motto which is going all over the world. But with this thing, a lot of responsibility also comes. The steel sector is one of the most polluting sector. Around 12% of the emission is contributed by the steel industry. And we all know that our Prime Minister has committed in Glasgow Summit that we will become net zero by 2070. There's a few decades to reach to 2070, but the preparation has to start right now. And I'm glad to share you that the industry is serious about this, and the major players have already started working on this. And for reducing the emission, it's not a really easy job. It's a challenging because our around more than 50% of the steel, around 60% steel comes through blast furnace route, where the available technologies to reduce the carbon emission is fuel replacement, the fossil fuel replacement, and CCUS and energy efficient processes. The energy efficient processes that is already being adopted by the industry, but the fuel replacement in blast furnace route is not possible because the coal, which works as a main fuel, that does not only work as a fuel but also as a reducing agent as well as for supporting the burden. And the other fuel, the green hydrogen, that is still not commercially established and viable, that is on experimental stage, and other technologies like CCUS is also on experimental stage and commercially not established. The biochar has got problem of scalability. So what comes in our mind immediately is the scrap route. So scrap becomes so important to not only make the process efficient but also sustainable. It not only reduces the carbon emission but also it substantially saves your raw material, the iron ore, as well as the water consumption. As Neha told, a lot of inputs are saved. So for long-term benefit for the nation, we should switch over to the scrap. But scrap switching over is not so easy also. It has also got problem of scalability and also the quality, as Prime Metals told. So now we are using around 33 million ton of scrap.
Yeah,
33 million ton. Out of that, 7 million ton we are importing. Yeah. So the scalability is a challenge, and what we have examined and we have discussed that this can be make up as far as future goes, and to meet the world standard of 31%, even beyond that. We are looking towards 3 sectors. The ship industry has been talked about, and the construction industry and the vehicle industry, ELV also. The construction industry, we have been late user. The steel, in fact, the old constructions were mainly concrete or brick construction. The steel intensive construction has been a recent phenomena, and the end of life is around 30-40 years in steel. So that will come in the system after 30-40 years. But the vehicle and ship industry, we are very hopeful. But the ship recycling, as some of you mentioned, that it has gone down from 3 million ton to around less than 1 million ton. And we have capacity of recycling around 5 million ton. But this has gone down all over the world. The Hong Kong Convention and OECD Convention is one of the reasons. But there's another reason that in the start of the decade 2000, there has been a revolution in the shipping industry, and the bigger ships started getting manufactured. And the old ships were refurbished for carrying the more loads. So, and their life was more because a lot of capital were put into that. So now the incoming decade, around 2030, they will be coming to the end of life, and there will be boom in recycling industry. The Anand shipyard that has now, most of them has complied the Hong Kong Convention, and there's a maritime board has been set up by the government that is also helping them. So in coming decade, the ship recycling industry in India is going to boom. That is our assessment. So the one major contributor will be the shipping recycling industry. And as far as vehicle goes, Mehta ji, we were discussing a few days back, and he told me that see, steel is 100% recyclable. So once steel produced, it always comes for recycle, except tin or something. So it will come in recycle. But there's a gestation period. Something is lying in your household, in your backyard, and some police thana and all those things. So that should come that should come into the system. The government is working on that, and a lot of policy is being framed to penalize those who will keep the old vehicles in their house. And also recently Ministry of Environment has come up with the extended producer responsibility. So vehicle which had to come into the system now will come fast. The people will not hold it. So and also the incentive part that is also being made easy, so that the customer gets one window solution when he goes to buy a vehicle. He gets discount on the old vehicle through one window, not he goes to the ELV center, he gets the certificate of the deposit, and then he goes to the vehicle center for purchasing the vehicle and gets discount. All these things are so complicated that the people, they do not prefer this method. So government is also thinking to simplify that. Those are two ways we are very hopeful of getting that. And the second challenge which comes in the process of the scrap converting into the steel is the quality part, which Prime Metal highlighted. So the quality, there's a issue, consistency issue in the quality, because we have not got the proper method of the shredding and recycling and separating, and also what he pointed out, that the phosphorus scrap cannot be segregated. But the technologies is coming up. I think Tata and SAIL is experimenting on the slag part which contains the phosphorus to segregate it. So I'm hopeful that in coming time the technologies will develop, and the scrap part can be more channelized and structured, so that we get quality steel in that. And to add to that, and it is, I'm happy to share that one of the best steel is also made through the scrap. The specialty steel coming through to the market, automotive industry and all, that is coming through the scrap. And as far as demand goes, in fact I was not aware that through scrap route the steel is costlier, but it's a knowledge for me. But demand part, government is working, and in coming time what you have suggested, that it will be made mandatory in the procurements, and some regulation will come. But still presently there are manufacturers who are producing green steel through scrap, and it's a specialty steel, it's a green steel, and they are selling it on premium. So there's some market. It is not that there's no market. There's some market, but the market has to increase to be competitive. But more regulation coming, the use of coal and emission becoming strict, the sponge iron coming through DRI route, that will also become costlier. So the scrap route will also become competitive. And so far, this shipping industry, construction industry and ELV industry starts contributing to this ecosystem. What Mehta ji suggested, that we should keep on importing scrap, because that is, I think that is not very costly. So that's what I think, and my suggestion, and I am hopeful that the industry will boom and will contribute to the making of steel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Just want to add one more point about the public awareness which Mr. Shangdeep Mukherjee mentioned. MRI recently did a very extensive discussion called Manthan, first Manthan Shivir, in which we called various steel producers as well as various association heads which are representing scrap in different states and all. So one thing which came up was how to make people aware about about letting go their obsolete scrap which is lying at their home. So MRI will be taking an initiative. We will be making social media appearances as well as advertising at various FMs, newspapers, that please don't keep scrap at your home. Try and give it to the authorized scrap dealers. Going ahead, I'll request Mr. Sanjay Mehta to give his concluding remarks and vote of thanks.
Thank you, Amar. Distinguished participations, esteemed industry leaders and respected representatives from the Ministry of Steel and other government departments, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for your active participation in today's roundtable interactions on the green route for steel making through scrap. The depth of insights shared and the collaborative spirit demonstrated today described our collective commitment to transforming India's steel industry into a more sustainable and resource efficient sector. Our discussions have reinforced the critical role of scrap-based steel making in India's journey towards decarbonization and self-reliance on raw materials. With the potential to develop self-sufficiency in high-quality scrap, recycling stands as important enabler in achieving our ambitious target of 300 million tons of crude steel capacity by 2030. While domestic route of ferrous scrap generation is growing, inefficiency in collection and processing still pose challenges. Currently, a supply gap of approximately 8 to 9 million tons persists, underscoring the urgent need for robust, well-structured recycling ecosystems. Addressing this requires investments in infrastructure, regulatory support, and the adoption of advanced processing technologies to improve scrap availability and quality scrap availability. Recognizing these challenges, various ministries have been working proactively to align policies and initiatives towards achieving our sustainability goals. The Ministry of Road Transport and Highways is developing a structured network of registered recycling vehicle policy, ensuring a steady growth of high-quality steel scrap while modernizing our transportation sector. At the same time, the Ministry of Steel supporting this transition through various policies, including National Steel Policy 2017, the Steel Scrap Recycling Policy 2019. The Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change is playing a crucial role in strengthening steel recycling through extended producer responsibility, that is EPR norms, further integrating sustainability into automotive and steel sectors. These combined initiatives reflect a unified approach to a sustainability and circularity in the steel industry. By fostering coordination between ministries and aligning regulatory measures, we are ensuring that recycling seamlessly integrates with steel production, creating a closed-loop system and minimize waste and maximize resource efficiency in times to come. The success of our green steel transition depends on collaborations across ministries, industries and stakeholders in strengthening partnership between automobile manufacturers, construction segment, scrapping facilities, steel producers and policy makers will be essentials to overcome challenges in quality control, supply chain efficiency and infrastructure development, and ensuring that policy complement one another and drive systematic change in times to come. Looking ahead, we envisaged a fully integrated ecosystem where scrap from multiple sources, end-of-life vehicles, construction and demolition waste, and industrial byproduct seamlessly feeds into green steel production. Cutting-edge AI-powered sorting system, robotic dismantling, and precision shredding technologies will revolutionize scrap processing, ensuring optimal materials recovery and quality consistency. A centralized digital platform for tracking and certifying recycled materials will enhance transparency, traceability, and efficiency across the value chain. With all this, we can establish India as a global leader in a sustainable steel making, one that only one meets its domestic needs but also sets a new benchmark for green steel manufacturing systems worldwide. We all will work closely with the governments, steel industry and producers, scrap generators and consuming sectors for policy ecosystems, scrap availability and other enabling factors to drive forward the transitions discussed for stewardship, ferrous scrap route. With that, we want to express our sincere appreciation to all participation for your valuable contributions to the discussion. Your expertise and insights have provided a solid foundation for advancing our shared goals of sustainable steel production and environmental in time to come. Thank you for your participation, and I hope to see you at future sessions where we can build upon the momentum generated in last 2 days. Thank you very much.
On time, yes, sir.
of the emission into like if you're working on a platform, you can calculate on the platform as center carbon, pellet carbon, whatever the route you are using. Based on that, what will be your finished CO2 emission per ton of the machine? So in that way, we have application. So it is on the testing stage now. People are working. Maybe by next week, we'll do it. कैसा कैसा प्रोग्रेस कैसा चल रहा है? बोले 2:15 बजे बोल रहे हैं। सर ये नहीं है, अश्विनी कुमार नहीं है। अश्विनी उधर दूसरे सेक्शन में है। गोपाल कृष्ण नहीं है, ये राजकुमार नहीं है। ज्वाइंट डायरेक्टर है ना तुम्हारे, अभी डेजिग्नेशन वही है ना, ज्वाइंट डायरेक्टर है ना, क्या प्रमोशन हो गया है? 1 साल है। Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to welcome to each one of you on this roundtable interaction on R&D and breakthrough in steel application and steel making. Today we have presence of Ministry of Steel as well as ISPs, secondary sector, even research organizations, as well as the end users and equipment manufacturer, which is very encouraging that we will have a very good discussion today, and we'll definitely have some good points to go forward for the R&D. So to start with the session, first I will invite Shri Rajkumar ji, who is the Joint Director, Ministry of Steel, Government of India, for his opening address and the contest setting for the session. Raj.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to all. Whenever we think about Hello. Whenever we think about the innovation and research and development in respect of any sector, basically we are talking about our future, because the growth of any sector depends on the labor, capital and machineries, but the future of the any sector depends on the innovations, and innovations is related to the research and development in case of steel also. As we know that steel is a very important sector, it contributes around 2% of the GDP. It provides the jobs to the millions of the people in this country, but its future depends on the innovations. So with this back, and the Indian government has fixed a target of 300 metric ton by 2023 and 500 metric ton by 2047. In order to achieve this, we have to focus more and more on the innovation side of the story. So in this context, I would like to invite Mr. Verma ji to proceed further with remark. Sorry. So in order to achieve the 500 metric ton by the 2047, we need to focus on the R&D, and in this case, our ministry has the special scheme for the research and development, in which we infuse a lot of money so that our research institute and other partner institute can focus on the innovations. I would like to all of you to go through our schemes related to the R&D scheme, so that and all of us can contribute significantly in this case. Our India's R&D ecosystem is still very underdeveloped and under leveraged, while India invests around 0.7% of GDP in R&D. China allocates close to 2.7%. So this is where we need to focus more. We allocate very less resources to the R&D, and we are talking about in future that we should export more and more. Now, in order to export more and more, our steel sector must be very competitive. At the same time, it should follow all the regulations related to the environment. As we know that the Europe has implemented the CBAM. Now, in order to satisfy all these norms related to the CBAM, our CO2 emission has to decline. Now, in order to reduce the CO2 emission,
we have to innovate the new technology in the production process of the steel sector so that our CO2 emission can be reduced. With over 40 dedicated national lab and industry aligned R&D hubs. In case of with respect to China, I'm talking about China. China has a vast network of the academic, government and industry related research and lab. But in case of India, this portion is actually lacking. We have the very few institutions which focus on the innovation related to the steel sector. So in this context, I invite two speakers to give the guidance.
Thank you, Rajkumarji. Thank you so much for setting the context of the session. And being a moderator, I have been given the dual charge to one is to address the session also. So we all know that steel is unarguably a core steel sector and which is crucial for India's economic growth. And the country's accelerated growth rate warrants a rapid development of Indian steel industry for production of high quality steel at a very, you can say, viable cost, which is essential for the key sectors like construction, automobile, defense, railway, and infrastructure. As it is mentioned by Rajkumarji that it is envisioned in our National Steel Policy 2017, India's steel production is projected to be around 260 million ton by 2030 to meet both our domestic requirement and develop our country as a global leader. A focused approach on R&D is required, and that we need to focus on the specific areas. That specific areas basically, if we see as mentioned by Rajkumarji that we need to reduce our emission levels, so we have to focus on the decarbonization and the low emission steel production. That can be done by enhancing the efficiency of the existing processes with significantly reducing our emissions and pioneering iron and steel making techniques, leveraging hydrogen, and we need to focus on the CCUS and exploring the integration of biochar to reduce our emission level. Other area where we need to focus is the circular economy and the resource efficiency. So when we talk about the resource efficiency and the circular, that doesn't mean we have to generally focus on the scrap. So we need to focus on the use of the low grade iron ore and coal. So we need to focus on the R&D to reduce our to improve the quality of our iron ore and the coal. With the techniques called beneficiation, we have water-based beneficiation techniques. I think that we need to focus on the dry beneficiation so that we can reduce our water consumption as well as make the process more efficient. Further, a critical aspect of a circular economy alongside the raw material is the increasing volume of the byproduct generated with high steel production. So we must devise some strategies for the use of complete byproducts like slag or any other product which is being generated, because if we see the byproduct slag, it is not only occupying our valuable space, but it poses a environmental safety issues also. So therefore we need to have a comprehensive brainstorming on this point also. Third area what we need to focus on is the energy and waste management. We need to focus on the enhancing waste heat recovery and utilization techniques. And the major area which is one of the, you can say, heading of this round table, that is the steel application. So we need to go for the development of advanced steel grades. We need to work on innovation to develop the new grades, because we see that lot of grades are being imported in the country, and to become a global leader, we need to do more R&D on to produce these grades, and so that we can meet the domestic requirement and reduce our import, as well as we can become a global leader for the export also. In addition to this, we need to focus on the operational efficiency to improve our efficiency by using the AI or ML or IoT, so that we can improve our efficiency, as which will not only improve our cost of production, but reduce our cost of production, but we need to focus on the consistency of the quality. So these areas we need to focus. Last area what I think that we need to focus on is the consumables, either it is a refractory or the ferroalloys, because that also carries a huge volume of emissions when it is being used in the steel making. So we need to focus on this area also. So addressing these critical issues is very much important on today's discussion, and by focusing on this, I think we can meet the targets what is outlined in our NSP policy, as well as the commitment what is made by our country or our Honorable Minister in the COP26. So we need to focus on this, and we are having the, you can say, challenges of CBAM. I think we will, if we focus on the R&D, we can meet these challenges also. So I am confident that today's collective discussion will give a way for the significant advancement and breakthroughs in the Indian steel industry. Thank you very much. And now we have experts from R&D labs, as well as the equipment suppliers and the associations. Before starting this, I'll request all three speakers to kindly focus. Keep your time limit 5 minutes, because we have a time constraint. So first I will request Dr. Sandeep Ghosh Chaudhary. He is Director CSIR Lab NML for the remarks on R&Ds and what exactly they are doing and how they can, you can say, help the industry to improve their efficiency, product development and all. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm audible, right? Thank you very much for inviting us here. I hope it is all right. Is it all right? Okay, thank you. So as that motion has been set for this particular introduction, that we have to think about that India is trying to have more than 300 million ton in the coming years to be the global leader in the steel your productions. But also we have to think about the COP, that is the climate change is taken into account. So at National Metallurgical Laboratory, obviously as the national thing is important, so we also work in various areas of ferrous metallurgy, that is the steel metallurgy. One of our areas on this is how to take care of hydrogen. Now that is the buzzword nowadays across the globe, that how to utilize the hydrogen for making DRI and all those things. But there are certain response problem in that cases, which I'll come back to you. But one of the major emphasis today we are doing, rather than working on this blast furnace, putting hydrogen in the blast furnace or any other places, we are trying to work with the steels, because the steels cannot work without nickel, chromium or various other, even the manganese. So those ferroalloys, whether we can make those low carbon ferroalloys. So how to make low carbon ferroalloys? By using some of your reductants, not always the hydrogen, but using another reductant, that is the carbon dioxide, which you generate in the blast furnace or any other during the steel making process. So in that we are nearly attained 1 kg scale. Now we are trying to go to the 10 kg scale, and in that ferrochrome and these places we could go up to nearly about 3 to 8%, which from the 6 to 8 to 8% carbon, and we are aiming that it should be nearly about 1.58% soon once we scale it up. Apart from that, we are also working on this alternative fuel like biochar and the bio waste. That is one of our activity on those areas. Another areas where we are working with that Jindal, probably with this, how to recover from the sludge from the pickling plant, the chromium, nickel, from those things. As I found Mr. Mehta is there, so I thought that I should talk about that. We are working on the recycling part, and also not on the steel industry. Steel industry also requires niobium, and except CBMM today in the world, nobody is there to give us niobium. But there is another source for those things, that is the tin slag, which is there in India. So we worked in the tin slag and trying to get niobium oxide out of those things, and from that we are trying to get pure niobium. So hopefully we will be able to produce our indigenous niobium in India to cater our Indian steel company. Besides that, when I talk about this electric arc furnace and all these things, yes, but there are several constraints and we are trying to address those constraints. Like when we talk about DRI, we are always, the process is controlled by high quality iron ore. But as we are talking about 300 million ton, so soon we will be having scarcity of such a high quality of iron ore. So in that case, we have to think about the low grade iron ore. In this case of low grade iron ore, we have to think about the powdering, and this hydrogen reduction is basically as endothermic reactions. So there is a possibility of sticking. So how we take care of all those things? So those challenges we are taking up, but at present we are not up to that level so that I can give you a very bright picture for those things. But my colleagues are working on that particular areas in these areas. So there are constraints, but we are trying to do those things. Another particular area where we're trying to work in this, that is in the electric arc furnace. Presently, I think that arc furnace in India, that is only the Steel Authority of India Limited, had the maximum capacity. We are not trying to have hydrogen there, but having the scrap, because that is one of the prime resources can compare to that to take care of carbon dioxide emissions, along with the DRI. But there is a bottleneck for those things is that we can't grade high quality steel in electric arc furnace. There we have to depend on this blast furnace and this BOF, basic oxygen furnace converters. So how to take care of those things? Can we do those things? So that is one of the things where we are working on those, that how to take care of high quality steel through electric arc furnace. Because today in India, I think Tata Steel has gone to Punjab to make one electric arc furnace to produce steel there. So how to make quality steel out of those things? That is one of the challenges you are trying to work on those things. In NML, we are also working on several process controls. One of the process controls, like zincometer in the wire industry, the zincometer, zinc coating is one of the things. But my colleagues, through the non-destructive testing technique, they have given a zincometer which has been transferred to one of the industries today, along with the Tata Steel, through a third party for marketing and all those things. Beside those things, continuous casting is one of the major things, and it is today, it is not a luxury, it is a necessity for any steel plants you require. But there is a possibility of breakup. Now when there is a breakup mold because of the cooling rate problems, so we have put FBG, that is a fiber bracketing sensors into those things. In collaboration with another CSIR labs of my at Calcutta, we put it in Tata Steel, one of the continuous casting, and today we can get that actual temperature profile of this continuous casting unit, caster unit, so that this breakup of that can be prevented in future. So we have put 9 casters, that kind of sensors into those things. When are we talking about this steel, now I could also should talk about something related to the product. Yes, in India, we could do some work related to the quench and partitioning steels. That is nothing, concept is not new, but we put it in the Tata Steel Kalinganagar plant of 300 tons. And now it is in the commercial product list of Tata Steel, that we made a abrasion resistant steels of 6 mm, of 10 mm, and now we are thinking of a 15 mm at their Kalinganagar pilot plant. Apart from that, we are also working, which Ministry of Steel has advertised several times, that is the electrical steels. I think none of the steel plants in India are venturing into all those things. We have a small unit which was from Thyssen Steel, but that has been, JSW is presently trying to work on those. But we are not trying to work on those electrical steel like normal electrical steels, because today whatever the motors are being used, whatever the CRNO steels are there, that is working at 60 megahertz, which is governed by our thermal power plants, because that is the frequency they provide that electricity, so they have to rotate along that particular directions. But if I go by 60 hertz frequency and put it in the motor for the electric vehicle, I think I'll walk rather than taking my electric vehicle along with me, because I want to go at the faster pace. So when I'm talking about faster pace, so then the frequency cannot be 60 hertz, and it requires to be 400 to 500 hertz. Now this 400 to 500 hertz, and we always talk about lightweighting of the automotives, I need to have a thinner sections of the transformer, that particular CRNO grade. Now if you have thinner sections of the thinner grade, which is nearly about 0.25, 0.2 and 0.15, which is the projections for Nippon Steels, then there is a projection. The problem is that if we at a 400 to 500 hertz, the centrifugal force will be too high, and that the strength of that particular CRNO grade has to be higher. So there should be an optimization of the strength, of the thickness, and obviously the loss, so that that motor can run at a faster speed without any losses. With this, I conclude here. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Sandeep Ghosh. Thank you so much for your valuable insight. Now, I'll request Shri Francois David Martino, Sector President John Cockrell, India, to share their remarks, please.
Thank you, and good afternoon. So, John Cockrell is a technology provider in the steel industry, have a very long and strong presence in India. We have a listed company on the Mumbai Stock Exchange, and in terms of innovations, we are co-developing with ArcelorMittal Volteron, which is a new electrolysis-based iron production technology, which is on the TRL7, TRL8. You may have heard about Electra, which is moving forward with the fundraising, and we consider with Volteron we have a very competitive product. At the same time, John Cockrell is providing the biggest hydrogen plant in India with 1.26 gigawatts, which is under construction right now. Based on that, I would like to focus on green steel revolution, which is, I think, the most noble challenge steel mills has in front of them, and especially in India. And we really believe that this is a great opportunity for India to lead with their extremely high growth coming until 2030, 2040, to lead the green steel technology advancement. So first of all, what is green steel? We all know green steel is responsible for 7 to 9% of the CO2 emission. We have our own definition that green steel is everything which has a CO2 emission for scope 1, 2, and 3 below 400 kilo, which is 5 times less than what we currently have with the blast furnace route. So the traditional blast furnace route is 71% of the worldwide production, and the scrap electrical arc furnace is still seen as a traditional, although low emission, with 29%. We all know that scrap is not highly available in the country, and that might not be the main route we have to pursue in terms of development in the country if you want to solve the problem. The new routes are called DRI, basically with natural gas in the first step, which would allow to reduce CO2 to 800 kilo CO2 emission, or hydrogen, which brings the emission below 300 kilo CO2. The new route electrolysis, which I mentioned, is something where we have a pilot already producing the iron plate of 1 square meter, 6 millimeter thickness, which we are testing now in electrical arc furnace with ArcelorMittal. The first plant will be launched this year and will be achieved in 2027, most probably in Europe. Why is green steel a revolution? Well, it's a revolution because it's using mostly renewable energy and innovative processes. So there will be no green steel if there is no green energy. And when I'm talking about green energy, it has to be on a very decisive low price, because your hydrogen or your steel is as good or as competitive as your electricity. So we have to focus on renewable energy development, hydrogen-based production, energy efficiency, because we need also to have very efficient process. Volteron, I mentioned, is a 3.5 megawatt electricity consumption for 1 ton production of steel, which is below even the BF-BOF equivalent energy consumption. And we also, of course, need to boost the circular economy. What does green steel revolution means for India? Well, it means an opportunity mostly to enhance economic growth, energy independence, and global competitiveness. That means that India could be a leader in decarbonization, in economic growth, because that will sustain in export and solving the CBAM problem for Europe, but also for the other continent. It is an attractive investment. Electra, as I mentioned, this electrolysis solution has been raising $153 million in the last weeks to develop further their commercialization. And this is also the opportunity of collaborating public and private sectors. What situation do you see for India in that context? Well, we as John Cockerill, we see that government support will be extremely key in terms of policy, and we have seen that the hydrogen policy is bringing already support. Price pressure on CO2 intensive imports, so we have to protect our Indian mills against high emission coming from China, for instance, and there should be a CBAM equivalent for India as well right now. Abundant renewable energy resources. We need to build green electricity production plants as fast as possible, and we need to have a technological adaptation. So R&D for green steel for India has to be in India, because we have a unique setup, we have unique available resources which we need to optimize, and not taking a one-fits-for-all technology which has been developed in Europe or in the US for the Indian market. So we really need to take in hand here at this community the development of green steel in India for India. And basically, we will be more than happy to support and developing our R&D projects in India in collaboration with local research centers and players. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. David. Thank you so much for giving insight on the green steel production. Now I'll request Shri Sanjay Mehta ji, President, Material Recycling Association of India, to give their remarks.
Thank you very much, Paramjit ji. We are MREI, Material Recycling Association of India, the Scrap Recyclers Association, and as well as steel produced through scrap route associations. And it is the apex body of India. Sir, India's vision is to achieve 300 million tons of steel productions capacity and 255 million metric tons of actual steel productions by 2030 is ambitious, entirely achievable. One of the most crucial components of this strategy is the increased use of steel scrap in production for a future where sustainability and circular economy are not non-negotiable. The contribution of scrap must rise significantly. In fact, IMOFCC, our Environment Vision 2030 clearly outlines that at least 30% of steel manufacturing should be scrap-based, that is secondary route. This aligns perfectly with global environmental goals and India's commitments to reducing carbon emissions in times to come. To reach this benchmark, dedicated R&D is to be needed to optimize process and increase the percentage of steel scrap charge in our furnaces. High quality steel from scrap is possible, and many developed nations have already demonstrated this, but we need to tailor these innovations to our specific challenges and context. At the same time, while we work on strengthening our domestic ecosystems for scrap generation, collections and segregations, it is necessary that we ensure raw material security through duty-free import of scrap should be continued for steel production via scrap route till the domestic generation, collection and segregation of scrap is sufficient. Moreover, to make this transition attractive and viable for manufacturers, the government must introduce incentives and subsidies for scrap-based steel production. Above all, the most transformative change will come through shared innovations. We propose the establishment of common R&D centers in a public-private partnership model, centers that will drive breakthrough in low or zero carbon steel manufacturing through the scrap route and also help in developing new improved grades of steel. The budget allocated by the government for R&D in steel, especially in secondary steel, should be available and should be increased, because investing in R&D is crucial for our sector for developing and scaling up green technology like hydrogen-based steel making, carbon capture, and this our route of scrap steel making will bring down production cost of green steel through IF and EF route. In this regard, the MREI proposed signing a memorandum of understanding with the Ministry of Steel, NIST, academia and research institution to develop, operationalize this R&D and Center of Excellence to be funded by Ministry of Steel. With the Ministry's support, we can ensure that India meets its production goals in the most efficient manner. These centers will serve as a hubs of AI-driven material sorting, processing of ferrous scrap, innovation and applied research, pilot projects and processing testing, technology transfer from academia to industry. Sir, we bring to highlight here that we are already working with all the IITs in India with the government support on this. Let us work together to build an ecosystem where scrap is not waste but wealth, and where every breakthrough takes us one step closer to a sustainable, self-reliant steel future. Government is also requested to procure green steel produced by 5-star rating manufacturers which emit lower than 650 kg of carbon emissions, which uses renewable energy and scrap. Sir, making policies, papers, speaking in the conferences and talking on green steel will not be sufficient unless government supports to procure green steel at premium price to promote manufacturing of green steel to complete India's net zero targets. Sir, producing BIS grades of steel by secondary route, we are still not able to sell to the government, central government and state government project like National Highway or NTPC or any government projects. We are not able to supply. The prices range are difference between rupees 7,000 to 9,000 rupees. You need to support this sector by ensuring that at least 20 to 30% of our material should be supplied to the government projects to at least give to the level playing field. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Mehtaji. Thank you. Mehtaji, I just want to understand whether there is any R&D need for the secondary steel sector when you said that you are not able to supply the material to the government sector, whether some R&D is required in that area. If so, what exactly is?
Honestly, sir, we are not able to think on the R&D because the funds are not available, because the profit is not available. But yes, through R&D we can bring down the cost on bring down the cost of production. Definitely there is a chances that at least 500 to 1,000 rupees will bring down the cost, more cost. Already this sector is a low carbon emission sector. Already this sector is a low carbon emission sector, and with government support, definitely with the R&D and everything, surely will bring down more cost down. Definitely we need your support, sir.
Thank you, Mehtaji. I think I understand that efficiency is one of the issue in the sector which can reduce the cost of production and make competitive to the secondary sector. What do you want to say actually?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. We have heard from our special remarks from the three speakers. Now the forum is open to hear from the participants for their remarks or the issues being faced by the industry. Yeah, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think before I give my points, I will respond to Mr. Mehtaji. We had discussed this earlier also, so I invite you to IIT Kharagpur. I'm happy to discuss the problems with you and see how we can work together and provide a solution, or try to provide a solution to some of your problems.
Thank you.
So please send me an email. We will fix up a date and time. I will be happy to interact with you. I strongly feel for this sector, and therefore let's see what can be done. I don't promise anything, but we'll try to look at the problem. If you can.
Sir, for the, just can you introduce yourself, because everyone can understand from where you are actually, what facilities you are providing to the industry in the field of R&D.
I represent IIT Kharagpur. I am the head of the Metallurgical and Materials Engineering Department. So I will pass on my contact details to you. So I think we had discussed this earlier also in some forum, but since you are here, you are invited to IIT Kharagpur. That's on my behalf. Okay. Secondly, there are two issues that we are discussing: R&D in and steel applications and steel making. So a lot of research is going on CO2 aspect of it. The substantial amount of research is being carried out to replace the conventional reductant with other reductants, alternative reductants, to produce iron to reduce the CO2 footprint. So that's one approach. This will definitely yield results. There is an indirect approach also to reducing the carbon footprint. Many applications use low-end steel grades. If we can replace them with high-end steel grades, where, for example, say instead of 100 kgs, you would require only 80 kgs of steel without compromising on performance or any other aspect of the steel usage, it's a direct 20% saving of greenhouse gases. So that is the approach. We should also not overlooked. It is an important aspect, and research funding and support to such research should continue. We should not cut off the research in these areas at the expense of research in other areas which are equally important. So that is one point. Second point where I feel we should also initiate now research in, sooner or later steel scraps will come into business. We have to make steel out of scrap steels. Therefore, we should get ready to have strategies for processing these steels which will have scraps. So how to manage, perhaps steel making, it will be very costly if we use steel making technologies to reduce the tramp contents. So there also we can take another approach where we process in such a way that we manage the impurity content of the steel so that its deleterious effects are minimized, or we exploit them. If there is these steels are going to have a weakness in the sense that they will have impurity elements. But then if we can exploit them for something, it's a weakness, but we can turn them into strengths, then that approach can also be taken, and we should initiate research in that area as well. And third aspect where I think research has not particularly matured is surface engineering aspect. So can we adopt good surface engineering technologies to improve the product quality? For example, can we have coatings on steel which are heat resistant so that we can comfortably use it for roofing solutions or to make housing? So these are the three areas where I see that we should support research: surface engineering, products or superior products, and products which will have tramp elements but they will be exploited for beneficial effects, right, rather than trying to reduce them, which may be costlier during steel making process. So those are my 3 points that I wanted to make. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you so much. I think what you said, that if you have to go for the high quality steel, we can go through the scrap route as well as, but we need to focus more on the primary route actually, because if the inclusion levels are very high, then that will impact the quality of that material. So we have to take the mix of both primary as well as the scrap route. So now I'll request Mr. Shankar Raman to share their views.
Good afternoon. Thanks to Ministry of Steel and FICCI for giving us this opportunity. I hope I am audible now. Cannot pull it any further. Okay. See, many of the companies are talking about moving to EAF-based, scrap-based processing, which is going to be beneficial in terms of reducing the CO2 emissions. But then there has to be a drastic improvement in terms of power consumption in the electric arc furnace. So that is valid for any electric arc furnace and also possibly more critical for the secondary steel makers. So one of the plants that is companies that is setting up a plant in Ludhiana, we have had some interaction with them. It's a 0.7 million ton scrap-based EAF unit, and one of the challenges or one of the targets they have set is, instead of the earlier power consumption rates of the order of 600-650 kilowatt hours per ton of electric arc furnace steel melting, their target is something like 325 to 350 kilowatt hours per ton. Okay, for that you will be moving away from the conventional electric arc furnace, using additional supplements, and also slag foaming plays a very critical role. So we have been trying to contribute to them in terms of the slag foaming. As of last year, when we conducted a training program for them, it was essentially a construction site. Possibly by end of 2025 or early 2026, this plant will go into production. So we are hoping that we will get opportunity to do plant trials in terms of slag foaming, so that a further incremental reduction in power consumption can be done. And if the lessons can be earned, that can be used, those can be used for any other company also, subject to all these proprietary treatments. Then another area that we are very keen is in terms of producing industrial chemicals from slags in the steel plant. See, blast furnace slag is already taken care of. Still there is a huge amount of steel plant slag, converter slag, that is lying in the plant. So we are talking about production of relatively high purity industrial chemicals from slags, essentially converter slags, but other slags can also be candidates. So within our department in NIT Trichy, we have had success in very, very small levels. We are dealing with gram level samples, but the actual requirement is possibly in terms of millions of tons. So we have to do a few factors of scaling up. We are confident of that. And another area that we are interested in and we are looking for industrial collaborators is in terms of utilizing inferior iron ores. So whether doing some treatment before the material enters the blast furnace or using some additives inside the blast furnace so that the slag related issues, the huge amount of slag, additional slag that is going to be generated, whether some of those issues can be resolved. So these are some of the activities in which we have built up some expertise. We will be very keen to share this with the industry. And since we are running out of time, let me close at this point of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much. You very well said that slag is one of the major issue, because in future, because our iron ore quality is going deteriorating and slag volume will increase in future. But we have the solution for the blast furnace slag. We don't have the solution for the BOF slag as well as the EF slag and IF slag. If we see that quantum of slag which is produced per ton of the steel through the BOF route is around 150 to 180 kg, and in EF it is around 120 kg per ton of the steel, and in EF it is ranging from 80 to 90 kg. So we need to find out the solution, because if you see the induction furnace route is contributing around 40% of the total crude steel production. That area also need to be focused on. That I think so. So we can take one more person views, because we have a time constraint. Anybody, if somebody want to share views on the CCUS, carbon capture, storage and utilization, because we have not heard from anybody about this. Mr. Filippo, yeah, please.
Hi, good afternoon to everybody. I'm Filippo Cirilli, and I'm from Rina Company from Italy. I would like just to add something to what has already been said by the colleagues. Can you hear me? Yeah, okay, thanks. Regarding R&D activities for steel properties and also for steel making, I can mention that we are working on a large project named Hydra, focused on the support to the steel making to the hydrogen transition. When we started designing the project, we were thinking just to a pilot plant for DRI production. Then speaking with the companies, we recognized that a pilot plant was not enough, and the project was enlarged to an experimental platform, in the sense that the pilot plant was also supported by the laboratories for the characterization of material, and the pilot plant of DRI must be also integrated with the pilot plant of EAF, because the two processes, the DRI and the melting step, must be considered together. And also the downstream processes have been integrated. Now we are understanding that a platform is not yet enough, and we are moving toward an innovation hub, which means that we are opening also to other technologies which potentially we may be integrated, and also a customer may have a temporary installation, for example, of a new electrolyzer, and test working with our facilities. Why I'm saying this aspect? Because I think that a transformation of steel production, increasing production, maintaining quality, or even improving steel properties, at the same time facing sustainability, and when I say sustainability, I mean also economical sustainability, and also reduction, or at least elimination of CO2 emission, requires flexibility, which means capability to work with different technologies, to integrate different technologies, capability to work with different quality of input materials. The issue of the quality of the pellet is the main one, but it is not the only one, for sure. And in parallel, it has been mentioned at the beginning, the capability to think to a reutilization of the wastes from steel production. That is a huge amount, but is a valuable material. So just to conclude, I think that the capability to work in a flexible way, using different reducing agent, using different energy vector, integrated renewable, is a key factor, and this is the way in which pilot facilities as our must be considered. The capability also to perform a metallurgical design. If we are improving steel production, the alloying of steel must be optimized in the sense that a proper combination of alloying element, reducing at minimum the amount of alloying, is another important factor to have steel of desired properties, but also with minimum level of impact for the environment and also for the economical point of view. Another aspect is artificial intelligence is something that is growing, I would say, day by day. A lot of things have been said. I would like just to mention that in an issue as circular economy and industrial symbiosis, in which you must connect technological sectors which do not know each other in general, artificial intelligence can be a tool to identify the new sectors which can I successfully interact. So thanks. I try to summarize as much as possible. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Pilippa. Thank you so much. We can take one more insight or a question from the participants, if somebody is, please. You are not audible. Kindly mic अपना थोड़ा take it to your. It's not working.
Hello. Yeah. My name is Madhav Lakhotia. I am from SIVPL. So we basically are into slag processing, metal recovery, what sir had told, and we have extensively been working with many steel plants also for reusing the slag. So recovery of scrap from slag is one thing, and reusing it for constructional purpose, like road making, concrete products. So I would like to discuss and collaborate with sir to expand this to other slags also. Presently we are doing with LF, LD slags, EAF slags, and maybe we can explore for the other slags also as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have time constraint. So now we have with us session chair Mr. S.K. Verma ji, chair CMD Macon. So I'll request Verma ji to kindly present their special address on this topic.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Paramjit, Mr. Rajkumar, and Mr. Kar. It was a very enriching discussion, although some audio problem was there. I don't know why. My mic sounds fine, but I generally find people speaking and we are not able to listen. First of all, because the Paramjit sir has no time, so I would like to tell you and come to the point straight away. What is expected of these R&D endeavors in steel plant? If broadly it is material innovation. When you say material innovation, it is high strength steel, then corrosion resistant alloys, and low carbon and low alloy steels. These are three areas which requires your focus for sure when it comes to the first category of material innovation. Then we come to process optimization. One is energy efficiency. Definitely blast furnace gulps a lot of energy. Then electric arc furnace and DRI. In India, you should add even energy optimizing furnace, which is slowly getting established, whatever people may say, and it is able to produce quality steel. Automation and AI, I need not elaborate. This is something on which every should work. And especially the robotics portion. Each one of you are acquainted with steel plant, and man intervention and some of the locations are a big problem and big bottleneck. So we need to remove as much as we can do. and every plant has a unique solution. So we need to really innovate there. We all have talked about recycling and scrap utilization. The question is, do we have scrap? So we really appreciate your concern that more and more scrap should be used. But then where do we have scrap? Environment sustainability is something on which I expect people to really put some thoughts on that. First is CO2 reduction. To begin with, probably we need to think probably in steel plants 60–70% energy is going to blast furnace. It's probably now we can say it's criminal to operate a blast furnace with low hot blast temperature, but we still have plants running with below 1000° temperature, and that really we need to look into, not only by changing the design, but process optimization is something which we need to look into, gas and fuel ratio and maybe monitoring of the waste gas. Things can really improve manifold. CCS technologies, I met someone today in the exhibition. I had an idea that for that you need a membrane, and the membrane works with high pressure when you have high pressure in the top gas. But then even the largest blast furnace does not have more than 3 kg of pressure. So, but then he came with the solution, no, we can have chemical absorption of the CO2. But probably I don't think he has understood the size and level which we are talking. You know, one blast furnace you have 6 lakhs normal meter cube of gas per hour, and for that to handle how big that chemical thing has to be installed, where and why, these all have to be really seen. But it's a very interesting thing to look into it, and we must. And then storage. What do you do with that kind of CO2 storage? So that is something we need to really innovate, each one of us. As company, we are very open to all of you. If you have ideas and you have engineering problem, we will definitely be bridging that. It's something which we are very open on that. Waste management, we have done considerably job in the country, and I am sure more can be done. Water uses, I still feel that our water, make of water in steel plants are very, very high, and we need to look into it. That's something which will really reduce the energy intensity. Product development is something which is new but very interesting. When you say smart steels, we now have to, many of you must be aware about smart steel. That is something we need to innovate. Some kind of sensors embedded, especially for infrastructure project, bridge, and very important installations. It keeps on giving you indication that it's nearly, the fatigue is reaching, and it will alarm you for any failure. That's some area where we need to work. Custom application is something is much bigger, and in time to come, tailor-made steel for the products, for the equipment which we will be working. There is a need to innovate even a small city like Ranchi, where we have corporate office. I find the 3D printing has come in a big way. We need to really explore some steel-based material if we can for 3D printing. It will solve a lot of problem. That exploring things will really help you. Digital transformation is something we have been talking. We have been we thought it very lightly initially, but I find plants have come with digital twins, and it is really helping them optimize the operation parameters. Industry 4.0, that's something we should, every plant has to made. I was talking to the chairman POSCO, and he said his solutions are unique, may not be copied as it is anywhere. So every plant has to work in tandem with some or the other and find their own solution. We need to innovate there, and plant has to step in. Nobody will do it for them. It was really very heartening to listen a professor talking about giving his help for any problem, and if innovations are to happen in this country, academia has to really come forward. I'm sharing my experience to you. I have been to many countries, but I find China has really cut across all boundaries in this academic. You go to their workshop, you find that they are calling some professor with them, they are linked, and they are taking charge of all the discussions and giving you solutions. That need to happen in this country also. That's all from my side. I don't want to deliberate on other points, and Paramjit is not allowing me any more time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Verma ji, for your wonderful insight, and impressing upon that we, industry and academia, need to work together to resolve the problem of the industry as well as the nation. So now we have come to the end of the session. To formally conclude this session, I would like to call upon Shri Sandeep Kumarkar, ED RDCI SAIL, to present the concluding remarks and the vote of thanks. Dr. Kar, please.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I'm audible to you. And thank you, everybody, especially in this afternoon, after lunch session. I have seen a very lively session. Everybody is very much proactive and want to put their thoughts. So if anybody has to give in thanks to everybody that in the after lunch session you have participated so much. You have listened to all of the speakers, our chairman's speech, our moderator's speech, our Ministry of Steel representative speech. And so that's why a special thanks to each and every members who are present here. After that, I am thankful to CMD Mekon for his auspicious presence and giving his valuable thoughts. I must thankful to Rajkumar ji for setting the tone of this session, the expectation of the ministry that for which this seminar has been, this get together has been arranged. It is just like a mela, and everybody has enjoyed a lot. We have visited so many stalls, we have come through, and this forum has given by the Ministry of Steel. So especially thank to Sri Rajkumar ji and Ministry of Steel for giving this platform an opportunity to come across all together. Now, I am very much thankful to Sandeep Ghosh Chaudhary for his delightful and knowledgeable speech. He has focused on a special thing on how to use of hydrogen in steel making through CO2. Everybody is thinking from the CCUS, the sequestering, but nobody is thinking that steel, in the steel plant itself, CO2 has a lot of use. Through CO2 also can be used as a reductant. We are thinking about hydrogen as a reductant. Ghosh Chaudhary Sahab and his team is thinking about how CO2 can be used as a decarbonization, where high carbon and high carbon ferromanganese can be decarbonized and can bring down a lower level of carbon. So apart from that, he has used in lecture the use of biochar. in chromium and nickel recovery from the sludge. Stainless steel sludge, do you know stainless steel is having chromium and recovery whenever stainless steel is being cleaned after the hot pickling. The sludge is having a lot of chromium and nickel. NML is doing a lot of research on that. They have become very much successful, and I think this will see the light of the industrial scale, and they will show the industry how these valuable elements can be recovered from the steel. He has shown the light in the DRI higher iron ore quality. NML also is doing a lot of activities for enriching the steel, how the lean iron ore can be enriched in beneficiation. He has also given important, shown us different quality of products like zincometer and high abrasive resistant steel, silicon resistant steels. I request the CSR labs and academia, which has been repeatedly come, they should collaborate with the industry, and they will give industrial solutions so that we do not be dependent on the foreign suppliers for the technology. So this will be win-win situation for industry, academia, as well as the CSR lab itself. Now, I am going to the secondly, Francois David Marinto, Sector President of John Cockerell. He has given a thought on his different participation in India on different projects. They are also coming forward. They are putting their first electrolyzer plant in India. Very soon we'll go through, we'll see its production. They are having footprint in renewable energy generation, hydro power projections. Even I think they are having a MOU with SAIL also for electrical steel making. I think they will help SAIL also for further journey to the electrical steel making. So very much thankful to you, and we will expect that from your side you will deliver, you will collaborate with your institutes, our CSR lab, our R&D organizations, and give a light to them so that in future also they can do something after getting some amount of knowledge from those who are very much ahead in the industry. Thankful to you. I am very much thankful to you. Now I am going to see Sanjay Mehta. He has very high grievance that steel secondary user is not giving proper importance. But see, Mehta Sahab, you do know why scrap is so costly, as because scrap is not available in India. In India now presently we are making 95 kg of steel. So in future, whatever steel scrap is available, and parallelly we are thinking to strengthen our steel, to make much more life of our steel, to get higher yield of our steel. So from where scrap will be generated? So if we are thinking for 500 million ton of steel, so scrap, I don't think the scrap will be a big solution. So you have to think alternative out of it. Until unless we think how different other sectors, EAF route can be used, like DRI, or even iron ore, some amount of iron ore or pellet along with scrap, then we cannot make our electric arc furnace much more competitive. To make much more competitive, we have to go to the DRI, which is a lot of electric arc furnace route is going, is melting the DRI. Majority of charge is being coal-based DRI. So again, that route is not become very much, decarbonization point of view is not so attractive. So CAS is attractive, but for the other country, American and European, their scrap usage were very high earlier, steel usage. So they are having lot of scrap, but I don't think in future we'll get lot of scrap. So still electric steel manufacturer is have opportunity as well as have great challenge also. Let's see how the DRI hydrogen making will benefit us. And after that, I must thank Professor S.B. Singh for his proactive invitations to Dr. Sanjay Mehta, that he has can give him his knowledge, he can put his institutes a help greater way to accommodate, collaborate with the industry. And this kind of collaboration is very much required in future so that industry and academia can do a win-win situation. Now, lastly, see Shankar Raman, he has given a lot of things through which the electric arc furnace route can be much more energy efficient and cost efficient. Slag foaming is one of the good technology, but sir, slag foaming also there is a carbon dust is required. Here also carbon is to be injected. So that is also demanding carbon, which we are, but yes, definitely in slag foaming presently we are thinking whether biochar can be used for slag foaming. That is a great way through which we can get the foamy slag as well as we can decarbonize our EAF route also. And lastly, I must very much thankful to our moderator. He has C. Paramjit Singh, who has a very good knowledge how the Ministry of Steel works. Now he is heading the secondary steel metallurgy also. So he has a thorough knowledge. He has moderated this session very nicely. He has given equal opportunity to all the speakers as well as the other spectators. I'm very much thankful to you. And lastly, see S.K. Bharma sir for his guidance and he has shown the path, and especially he has given from industries as a spokesperson that what is required the R&D institute should think, how the R&D institutes in future should deliver to the industry so that the industry will be benefited, and R&D organization will also be taken in the same path with the industries also. And lastly, I must say that whatever in this beginning session, our respected Prime Minister has said that the rising sun of India is the steel sector. So I think R&D will also contribute and help the steel sector to be a rising sun of India. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So at the end of the session, we have to honor our session chair. So I'll request.
अरे भाई वो आपके फोटो के बिना थोड़ी खत्म।
Check.
का एक निकाल के उधर डाल दे।
This photograph, I do not know whether you would like to treasure it, but हाँ बहुत आ गया नहीं नहीं it's about timing. How quickly will you get it? I sent it to you because to ever participate in conferences and it's important to know if a person has to ever participate in conferences and they should always have the short names. Or should be called by small names. Yours is perfect, Sanjay Singh. But उनका लेफ्ट, आपके लेफ्ट में तो मुझे कुछ दिखाई नहीं दे रहा है. मुझे लगता था कि मुझे दिखाई नहीं देता है, आप लोग दिखाई नहीं, मुझे तो दिखाई नहीं दे रहा है. मैंने तो बहुत वो किया है. और ये रूम ना लाइट लेस है, ठंड करके रखा है पागलों की तरह. It's going to be interesting. Startups के बहुत से लोग बात करेंगे. और आपका कल का 10 बजे है ना सर, और चेंज नहीं हुआ ना? कल तो
अगर चेंज हो जाता है फिर मैं चल जाऊंगा उसके बाद. तो हमारी फ्लाइट आई थिंक 3:30 टाइम पर फ्लाइट.
आई एम ओनली रिटर्निंग 30th को नाइट को. मैंने सोचा फर्स्ट में को छुट्टी है क्या? नहीं, तब देखा नहीं. आई एम अ लेबरर. चल रहा है. बहुत व्यस्त लग रहे हो, आते जाते भी दिख रहे हो, बस रुके हुए नहीं दिख रहे हो. ऐसा है सर, एक ऐसी स्टेपनी है जो मारुति में भी लग जाएगी और BMW में भी लग जाएगी.
मारुति का तो ठीक था, जब अपने दूसरी बात है BMW में लग जाएगी तो बहुत अच्छी बात है.
तो वही कर रखा है.
तो इसका मतलब है आप जो स्टेपनी हो BMW वाली हो, जो और किसी में भी लग सकते हो.
क्या कर रहे हैं? नाम हम लगा दे तब जाते हैं. आपका सामने है.
हाँ नहीं, वो इसलिए यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं.
मेरा समझ नहीं आया. सर आप बैठ गए हैं.
आपको स्टार्टअप को फंड
ये पता नहीं है कि स्टार्टअप करता क्या है.
वो तो उन्हें भी नहीं मालूम. वो तो अचानक ठीक रहने रख दो जहाँ पर रखना है.
ये मेरे को दे. स्टार्टअप वाला है. अरे यार ये भी गलत है. अमिताभ है ही नहीं. सारे से नेम चेंज हो गए. सॉरी सर. नो नो. ओपनिंग मेरा है क्या? मैं ओपनिंग में क्या बोलूँगा?
अच्छा, अपना पूरा सरकार का जो पिछले 32-34 साल का जो ज्ञान है सब एक साथ में.
देखिए ऐसा है, एक चीज़ जो है जिसमें कि कन्विक्शन ही नहीं, बोलूँ क्या? नहीं मुझे पता चल गया था सर. नहीं थोड़ी देर के लिए बैठ के ही आए, थोड़ा हाथ पैर सीधा कर ले.
तो हाथ में आप थोड़े टेढ़े कर लो.
चलिए सर, अच्छा है, मेरा नाम नहीं है. नहीं है, फिर मैं यहाँ बैठूँगा. दैट इज गुड.
आओ आ जाओ.
फिर मैं आराम से बैठता हूँ. यहाँ पे बैठो. यहाँ बैठो. नहीं नहीं, मैं तो यहाँ पे हूँ. नहीं बैठ के. आई विल फिगर आउट.
यहाँ पर सब स्टार्टअप्स ही हैं क्या? सब स्टार्टअप्स ही हैं.
लगता तो यही है. सुरेश साहब, सिंहासन संभालिए.
पहले कोई बताएगा ना कि अब आ जाइए आप यहाँ.
नहीं, आप जाके बैठ जाइए. आप जाके बैठ जाइए.
नहीं मैंने पहले फिक्की वाला आएगा, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ स्टील का आएगा. ऐसे कुछ थोड़ी संभाल लेंगे हम. जब मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ
सुरेश पीछे बैठा है सर, उसको ले जाइए. सुरेश सर को ले जाओ.
फार्मर सेक्रेटरी साहब को ले जाइए। नहीं, हम लोग अभी चलेंगे, सब वक्त आ गए,
चले जाएंगे, अपने आप आ जाएंगे, जहाँ जाए जहाँ हम खड़े होते हैं, लाइन
मैस अप करेंगे तो मैं आई एम टू हैप्पी विद इट, मैस अप करेंगे तो आई एम टू हैप्पी विद इट। करवाऊँ? नहीं, आप बैठिए, आई एम टू हैप्पी विद दैट यू सिटिंग देयर। यार ठंडा कम करवा दो यार, कुछ कूलिंग कौन करवाएगा? पल्लव कूलिंग कम करवा दे यार। चार्जिंग पॉइंट मिलेगी?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for attending this sectoral roundtable. My name is Subramanya Atwar. I am from Deloitte. I'm a partner with the supply chain practice at Deloitte. And in this roundtable, we'll be talking about the work that startups are doing specifically in the steel sector, their contribution in bringing in new technologies, enabling disruption in this sector. And we have in the panel representatives or founders from 2 startups who will also share their experience. I would like to invite Mr. Suresh, Director of NMDC, to set the context and for his opening remarks.
Good evening, everybody. Post-lunch sessions usually are torturous, so I hope that we would have some excitement in this session. Topic is about startups. So, India has been aspiring to be a startup nation for the past few years, and world over many developments have been happening. As far as the steel and mining sectors have been concerned, there has been many innovations that have happened, but it is still the big ticket ideas that sell and become accepted by any steel maker or even by a mining company because of the huge capital cost that is involved and the risks involved because of that. So there's a need for us to have some kind of an incubation wherein these very startups have an opportunity to associate with the steel companies and the mining companies, implement or pilot test these ideas, and we also must be ready to understand that, say, 8 out of 10 may fail, but we should be ready for that failures, because that is the way the world has to work, and that is the way the future has to be there. We have to stop thinking that only proven and accepted ideas are ideas and the other ideas are not worth considering. Because if that is the case, then we would still be incurring a lot of cost, which is this. So without much ado about anything, I think we should have the startups tell us about what they have possibly been doing in the steel industry and where tech has helped them. There's one important thing is that steel and mining involves a lot of metallurgy, a lot of mineral processing, a lot of geology, and a lot of mining. I don't see many schools and colleges even touching upon these subjects altogether. I think I have not met any metallurgist in the new brand of people. I hardly meet one. I think that is something which is a cause for concern for us also. There is one more idea, one more thought that is there, not an idea, that would we want our children to be a mining engineer or a metallurgist and work in a steel plant or in a mine? Would we be accepting that very thought of it? Would we want the mining engineers or the children to work in remote locations? So if I have to make changes to that, then a lot of technological disruptive innovations have to happen, that sitting in a remote location, sitting at home, a mining engineer can run a mine and or run a steel plant for that matter. I remember 2 years back in 2023 when the last conference had happened, Mr. T.V. Narendran of Tata Steel had made a point that he would like to associate TCS with the mining and the steel companies so that we come up with ideas about how the young generation would not have to suffer the heat or the remote locations or the hard working conditions, and they would be able to work on an offline basis and still run the mine and run the world over. Many developments have been happening, but in case we want to get those ideas into our country, they are going to be very, very expensive, prohibitively expensive. So there's a need for us to have innovation within our own country so that we are able to implement them at a reasonable cost also. So I would, I think, let us start having a discussion from the, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Suresh. So as Mr. Suresh said, when we look at the startup ecosystem in India, we have over close to 150,000 startups registered. And there are many more which are very early stage or in the stealth mode. And these startups, while they act as disruptors in the industry that they target, they are also constrained by the fact that many of them do not get the right kind of funding or the opportunities to prove the technologies that they are building. While we have programs which are run by the government, there are initiatives like Startup India, Make in India, or R&D incentives that are given to the industry. I think there's a lot more that can be done to enable the empanelment of startups and improve the interaction between the industry and startups to enable the use of the disruptive technologies that the startups bring to the table. So today we have with us Pinak from Ripik AI, and we have Vikas Upadhyay from Centra. Now, Pinak and I have interacted earlier. Pinak runs a company called Ripik AI, which does a lot of work on vision analytics. When we look at Industry 4.0 as one of the disruptors in manufacturing, AI, ML, and vision analytics play a major role in implementation of these solutions. And Vikas comes from Centra, where their focus is on energy optimization, sustainability, ESG, which is again an important area of focus for the steel industry. So I'll invite Vikas to share his experiences first, and then we'll have Pinak talk about the work that they are doing in the steel sector. Vikas.
Thank you, Mr. Subbu. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Suresh, for setting the tone. Yeah? And rightly so, there are so many startups, some fail, some succeed, less proportion succeed, of course. But that's part of any business, right? That doesn't mean we run away from any innovation. Yeah? We need to do the innovation. It may succeed, it may not succeed. You run another one, then you run another one. One of them will succeed. Yeah. As a short introduction about Centra and me. So I'm co-founder of Centra. I look at the technology side. That's why I'm here to talk about more innovation. Before starting Centra, I was at McKinsey. Spent 15 years in McKinsey just working on steel industry, aluminum refinery, so heavy manufacturing. And my co-founder, he's also ex-McKinsey. So when we were starting thinking, let's do something for the heavy sector, yeah, because this is the space where the most of the carbon emission is happening. And we were clear, you know what, we want to reduce carbon emission, and which sector should we choose? And then we moved around, let's do steel, power, aluminum, refinery, etc. Then we stuck upon steel, and the reason being, there are three reasons. Number one, there is a lot of regulatory push. CBAM you have heard, but the good work done by Indian Steel Ministry, that is very commendable. You have seen recently one of the greening reports came out which set the tone of decarbonization of steel industry, led by Mr. Secretary Sir is here, who was basically pioneered with the rest of his team. And the good job is being carried now with the green steel taxonomy, where every steel can be rated in a 5-star, 3-star, 4-star, like we have for energy efficiency, now we also have for steel. Yeah. So steel showed that intent that yes, we want to decarbonize. Yeah. From the ministry, from the regulatory push, the customers, they started saying, yes, we are ready to pay. Automotive were the ones who pioneered, but then construction sector also moved ahead and said, you know what, yes, we will do it as well. And third was, steel is complex, so decarbonizing steel is not easy. All of you are from steel background, so you know I don't need to say that. So we said, let's focus on this sector. It's complex, there's demand, there is support from the government in regulatory terms, so let's prioritize. So now what we do is we help steel companies decarbonize. Yeah? And within that, we have our software, AI and blockchain-enabled software, where we do entire carbon accounting, and then we identify the emission hotspots in a steel plant, how much in blast furnace versus coke oven, etc., and then pinpoint those areas and help companies reduce in a targeted way. Yeah? And in that, we have been working very closely with several steel companies in India and Middle East and Southeast Asia. That's our area of focus. So technology applications, especially from AI blockchain perspective, there are many within the steel industry to decarbonize. One of this, I will today focus mainly on the AI and blockchain application that we can do in future in the entire green steel taxonomy, because that's a hot topic right now. People are talking about it. It's rolled out now by the ministry. So we'll focus on that. There are other areas of AI application in steel industry. Pinak will also talk about that, plus there are others. So today I'm going to just focus on how AI and blockchain can help companies get the star rating, how we can manage the entire ecosystem, because we are talking about 3,000 plus steel companies. India produces 120 million tons of steel, and ministry has given NIST this responsibility to rate every ton of steel. I mean, it's voluntary, so even if half of them come, it's a massive ecosystem that is being created. There are multiple stakeholders. So what we have been proposing to the ministry as well is, why don't we have certain portal, and it will be a common portal where all the stakeholders can go and log in. So we'll create kind of a registry where entire data will be managed by AI. So no manual. So all of you have done certain time audit in your life, right? Or have interacted with the auditors. You can imagine any audit that is happening today, it combines like it becomes a book, yeah, of 500 pages and no one reads it. So what we are suggesting to the ministry, will digitize the whole thing. It can be, and we'll use AI for different types of proof verification, where so many different technologies are there. You scan all the electricity bills, you scan all the manual logs being prepared, and you can streamline the process. The audit that used to take 5 months, we are bringing it to 5 days in first round, and now we have set up a record time of 5 hours. That's the speed AI and technology can help. So we are suggesting the entire green steel taxonomy that can be digitized, the whole process, yeah, and we are working towards that with the ministry. Once the steel is certified, there is another important aspect is, how do we monetize green steel? In the previous session also, people are talking about give us premium. The premium will come from the buyers, right? I mean, ministry cannot give you premium as such. So you have to approach the buyers and talk about the premium from the green steel. And this is where a registry, a carbon registry, green steel registry will be super useful, where every ton of green steel which is being certified 5-star or 4-star or 3-star will be put into the registry. So you can imagine, if you are a buyer, and now a buyer can ask the supplier of steel, if you are selling me a green steel, give me that certificate. So they will go into the registry, they will redeem a certificate saying, I am going to supply to a certain customer 100 tons of steel and it is 5-star rated, and here is the certificate provided by NIST that I have used it. Yeah, I am giving it to you, my steel is 5-star rated. But there is a question of trust. Yeah, is it correct, the traceability? Second, is there a duplication, that the same steel is not being sold to 5 different customers? And this is where technology and blockchain helps. Blockchain will ensure that once a certain steel from a particular heat is sold to customer A, that is retired from the entire system, which means that can never be sold to another one. The registry will not allow that. Yeah, this is the beauty of technology and blockchain. And at the same time, the customers are now very much assured that the rating is provided by NIST, which is a world-class organization, and I am buying a ton of steel which is already produced for me. No one else can get that particular ton of steel. Yeah, so blockchain will ensure that. Apart from that, there are so many other applications of AI and blockchain in the entire steel, especially around carbon emission and carbon emission reduction. We can talk. I can go on for days and days about that, but I'll just pause, and maybe Mr. Subbu, you would like to continue with other speakers. Thank you.
Thanks, Vikas, and I think we can discuss more about these use cases when we open up for the audience in a few minutes. I would now like to invite Pinak to talk about his experience and tell us about the work that Ripik is doing in the steel industry, specifically on the vision analytics and AI/ML modeling. Ripik.
Thank you, Subbu, and good afternoon, everyone. Thanks everyone for the time, and thank you to the organizers for organizing such a wonderful event. I think on this session, the idea was predominantly the agenda is to talk about how innovation is happening in the steel industry, and how startups are playing a role to drive it, with the case example of 2 startups. I am the founder and CEO of Repic.ai, as Subbu and the other panelists mentioned. We do vision AI for industrial companies, and metals and mining form about more than half of our customer base. We are working with world's 3 of the top 5 largest steel companies, Arcelor, Tata, Nucor, outside of India and in India, with all the large steel companies including SAIL, JSPL, JSW, all of them. So what we do is basically, and in the beginning of the session, Mr. Suresh mentioned that do we want our kids to work in a metals blast furnace or in a steel melt shop or go inside a mine? And while I think there is this romanticism that, like, why isn't youth coming into the metals and the mining industry? Why do people prefer tech jobs? But when we actually think of our kids and ourselves, the answer always is why not work in the comfortable environment of the tech, and why work in the hazardous, hot and hostile steel plant or a mine? And the irony is that what the world we see around us, it is primarily comprised not of tech but of materials. And of all the materials, steel is one of the most important substrates. So had it not been for the steel industry, the world that we know of wouldn't have existed. So that is how fundamental the steel industry is to our world today. And on the other side, the talent, it's very hard to attract because the environment is not an easy one. And which is what I think the technology is changing. So now if we work and if we go to any steel plant, we see a lot of talent coming in. If we go to a mine, a lot of talent is coming in because the things are very different now. Remote monitoring is happening, right? So there are autonomous plants, there are autonomous equipment completely operated remotely. COVID was a great push. There were a lot of steel plants starting with Baosteel in China, which completely moved to a remote operations. And now increasingly, Indian steel companies are also moving to remote operations. We as Repic work with a lot of them. So what we do is using computer vision, we do 24/7 visual anomaly detection, identify whatever is happening, and then give an alert real time, and in many cases take actions. So for example, just 2 days back I was in Vijayanagar and we kicked off the complete flare stack autonomous unit. So as a case example, what is happening over there is whenever the flare is becoming higher, automatic gas rebalance is happening, and thereby the flaring is reducing. And this way we are saving them 5% less flaring, 5% less flaring, which is reducing emissions as well as which is reducing energy footprint, right? More gas optimization. The second example is all of us, like in any process industry, including steel, lot of the energy efficiency is actually dependent on the material coming in. In fact, like we work, as I said, with a lot of the steel companies, we have access to the data, and we see that 70% of the variability in the fuel rate in a blast furnace, which is like 45% of the cost base, is dependent on the quality of input material coming in. Now, while the quality of the input material coming in is very hard to like control because it is all coming from Mother Earth, but what one can do is, if one has real-time visibility of what is coming in, then actions can be taken accordingly, leading to energy efficiency improvement. Now, these actions used to be driven by shift engineers and process control engineers, and steel making has been an art for the last many decades, to the extent that, I mean, the chairman of SAIL he typically likes to say that I'm a BA and not a BSc, right? but I mean, that is changing because today we are using the power of AI to automate a lot of the decision making. So what as Repeat we do is, based on the video feed that is coming in, which we place on the top of conveyor belt, we do real-time sizing and moisture detection to identify what is the size distribution and what is the moisture in the coke, sinter, pellet, DRI that is coming in. That is fundamentally important because the size impacts the surface area available, which impacts the rate of reaction, which impacts the energy efficiency and throughput, which are the most important KRA for any manufacturing plant. Even as an output of the mining industry, there also we look at what is the size distribution, and if there are any foreign objects, how can we remove that so that the quality of the input material coming in is much more stable. If it is more stable, then the process is more stable, and if the process is more stable, then energy efficiency is lesser, cost is lesser, and from a sustainability perspective, it is far better. Because at the end, I think all steel companies and all metal companies, they are today sandwiched between the goals of sustainability on one hand and cost on the other hand. And which is where the only magic wand is to draw a stable process, is to drive an efficient process, and which can happen if the material coming in is far more stable, which is where as Repeat, we deploy the power of AI to control the variability and thereby do autonomous decision making and thereby make the entire process more efficient. At the same time, also make it easier to operate these plants and also make it more comfortable because people can take these decisions from their mobile phone, right? So we do the applications such that you can control the flare stack, you can control the conveyor belt, you can control the steel melt shop right from your phone. You need not be there in the control room all the time to do those decisions. So that is what we do. Look forward.
Yeah. Thanks, Pinak. So just to get your views, Pinak and Vikas, given the fact that you have been specifically focused on the steel industry, right? I know when startups are working in the B2C environment, they generally get a lot more private equity banking, a lot more funding, whereas typically in the B2B space, startups find it difficult, and specifically startups focused on manufacturing find it difficult to get funding, get the traction. Now, in your experience of working with the steel manufacturers, what kind of support have you received from them, which has actually helped you to scale your individual startups?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So, if you look at any steel conference and if you go to the exhibitor list, the 100 companies who are exhibiting in this conference, all of them are decades old, right? 2 decades, 3 decades. So I tell anyone who asks me about how difficult it is to get funding, if you are working with the steel industry, yes, it is difficult to get funding from the venture capitalists if we are working with the steel industry. It is difficult to get funding from private equity if we are working in the steel industry, which typically has very long deal cycles. But at the same time, the reason why I still continue to work and we still continue to focus in this area and not go other areas is because I fundamentally believe that this is the way to build an enduring company, right? I mean, while this is not the easy way out, working with the steel industries is not the easy way out to build a very fast, high-growing startup. We will never be able to match the pace of like the Silicon Valley startups who get to 10 million and 100 million revenue very, very quickly. But at the same time, while TikTok or some of the other games, Pokemon, right? It became a very fad last year, but now no one talks about it. But instead, if we actually work with the steel industry, then we are building enduring companies, companies which are here to stay. And the examples are all around us. I mean, the 100 companies who are exhibiting here, all of them have been here for decades. And with that premise, I am building Repic, that yes, I mean, we will not grow as fast as what our investors would like us to grow. But at the same time, we definitely hope to be around for the next few decades, if not longer.
Thanks, Pinak. Vikas, your views on this and your experiences of collaboration with the steel industry?
Sure. So, like Pinak said, of course, it's not easy. B2B space is difficult. It's not fancy enough also. The customer base is much smaller, so you don't get funding like B2C. Yeah, that's a fact. And you don't scale like B2C in a day. Yeah. But the advantage, at the same time, the advantage is you're building a sustainable business. And this is what steel industry has taught us. Any steel owner we talk, they teach us, dhanda karte kaise. It's not like you build something, just get revenue, sell, loss making, no. They ensure how you make profitability. Yeah. So we build more sustainable business, and that's what we learned from steel industry. Yeah. Everyone is building, like all the companies are decade old. Yeah. All the companies, they survive because they have built a sustainable business. So they teach us this. Government has been doing its lot, pushing the steel industry to decarbonize. So that creates a good tailwind for us. And within a few years, yeah, we will be also hoping to build a good sustainable business out of this.
Thank you, Vikas. I would now like to open up the forum for questions from the audience. You can direct your questions to any of the panel members here, and we'll try to answer it to the best of our abilities.
Good afternoon. This is N.N. Sinha. I used to be Secretary Steel earlier. I don't have a question, but I have a suggestion. The startups activity could be encouraged in the steel sector by the manufacturers by listing out problems that need solution. And I think Steel Ministry and the related ecosystem should encourage every one of the steel makers to put out such lists. Steel Ministry by itself could also, based on the list that they have put out by the different steel makers, get some hackathons, etc. done so that we have some solutions. Now, increasingly, what we are also seeing that many of the large companies are themselves acting as incubators of the startups. So I think we need to also encourage a lot of startups to, a lot of the steel companies to also act as incubators of these startups. Until unless they do that, for new entrants into the startup sector, they will find it difficult, as such both the panelists narrated their difficulties in attracting finance and attracting talent to the sector. So if there is some stability in the sense of the customers themselves wanting startups to come forward, and I personally believe that there is a lot of scope and potential for startups, because industry is transitioning. So the technology curve is changing very rapidly, and that technology curve can only be overcome by people who are at the forefront of the technology. So that brings me to another thought, that there are a good number of people who are doing PhD and MTech. We also need to have a program of motivating those people to come forward with some ideas. I mean, I concede that you would not be able to have, let's say, 10% success. Even if we are able to have, let's say, 1% success, that would bring to us a very substantial number of startups into the space, and which would ultimately benefit the industry and the sector.
Thank you for your views. That brings me to one point, and Pinak and Vikas, I would like to invite your views on this. What has been your experience of collaboration with academia, specifically when you look at mining and metallurgy as the two core areas for steel manufacturers? With your companies, what has been your experience of the interactions that you had, and what kind of collaboration opportunities do you see there?
Yeah, so I think the broader point, I'll come to repeat in a while, but I think as Sir was mentioning, right now, the good part is that the industry academia collaboration in India has, I think, really increased in the last few years, right? I think SAIL, for example, has been doing a lot of work with lot of top tech institutes of the country. IIT Madras, for example, has a very thriving incubation center, which has given birth to at least 20 startups, if not more. I did my BTech from IIT Delhi, and there also again they have a very thriving, while IIT Delhi is slightly more focused on B2C startups, but I think IIT Madras is a very, very strong industry 4.0, industry oriented startup lab, and there is a couple of professors there who really have become the conduit between the startups and the industry, and they help to orchestrate that. And I think, I mean, in the chemical industry, we know Professor Mashalkar, for example, played a fantastic role in the last 4 decades, orchestrating the relationship between academia and Reliance and other chemical industry. I think that would be a big unlock, which I think in the steel industry I don't see. In chemical and automobiles it is still there. There is a layer of professors who are very prolific, working with the auto companies and the chemical companies, and they typically are the conduit between that. So I think steel industry may be lacking that. I think that will be a great needle mover if I think about it. As repeat, I think we hire a lot of talent from across the top tech institutes of the country, primarily because we do deep tech, as our minister Piyush sir mentioned a few days back. I mean, while the comment was that Indian startups do less of deep tech, but I think both Centra and us, as repeat, we are completely deep technology focused startup. We are building foundational models as repeat, tailored to the steel industry, and we are the world's earliest mover. I mean, globally, as repeat, we are the world's first mover in building Vision AI models for the steel industry, right? I mean, when we go to even an ArcelorMittal or a Nucor or a Gerdau or a Cleveland Cliffs, they haven't seen the work at all from any other company that we are doing. And we are only able to do that primarily because we are able to hire top-notch talent from the Indian institutes. In India, we all have a culture of working very hard. All of us are mathematically very oriented. So we have access to the top tech talent who are building top tech products and also for the steel industry. So I think that academia collaboration is happening. It has really expanded in the last few years. And I think obviously there is more to do, and there are a lot of things that potentially can happen going forward.
Vikas, your views on this?
Sure. So on the collaboration side, I will segregate industry collaboration, academia. I will talk about both. So starting with the industry, see, steel industry, when we started, we were actually pleasantly surprised by the welcome we got by the industry to start testing our solutions in a startup, yeah. And we were competing with all the Microsofts. They have a solution like ours, not catered to steel, but they do have, or even Salesforce or SAP. But still they were ready. Okay, it's an Indian startup. Let's explore what they have, yeah. And that's why we started working. Now we have worked with 50+ steel companies. But then that initially we got that welcome. So industry has been welcoming. Where we are struggling is because our customers are struggling. Is number one, where they are struggling is they are not getting that extra premium that they want for decarbonization. Yeah. So it will not come straight out of anyone's pocket. It has to be shared across. Some consumer will bear. Some government has to do either some mechanism around GST break, PLI scheme, like we have for specialty steel PLI schemes, or even green building requirement like Griha, IGBC. They are doing their bit. If you can make that push, then that will trickle down to the suppliers, and hence they will start exploring us. Like we are having conversation with 100 companies, but then many of them are stuck. You know what? How do I spend? I am not getting that benefit on the other side. Yeah. So that part is needed, where industry, ministry or government, and different ministry bodies and startups, they collaborate and it could be via some collaboration mechanism. There are research funds also with the ministries and all, where we do just pilot, yeah, an industry partner, startup partner, and ministry. Yeah? So they form this collaboration and they test new technologies. Yeah? And there are multiple startups who would be more than happy to do that. Same with the industry as well. Yeah? Coming to the academia, so in India there is all the IITs are doing a fabulous job. They are doing their research as well. There is talent. Where I have struggled personally as well is the pace. Yeah? Startup is all about pace. Yeah? And even the industry, our industry is also very fast paced. Yeah, I mean, you look at the decision making, that's quite fast, apart from couple of big ones, but that's fine. When we go to the academics, it's slow. Yeah, I mean, they are researchers, so they go slow, take their own sweet time, and this is where the disconnect is. So if we want more and more research coming out of the labs in India, and there are fabulous research happening within the labs, it's not getting the commercial scale. Yeah? And we explored many of these. And the whole reason being, A, they don't have the means how to make it commercially viable. They're happy in the lab. And it's taking just years and years for that particular technology to evolve within the labs. Yeah? And this is where industry, startup, and academics can come together. Industry gives the platform for testing, and startup brings that hustle, so that a particular technology which is being developed in the lab and staying forever in the lab can come out, and we will implement within the industry. Yeah? So at both places you need that kind of collaboration to push forward research and promoting more and more startups. Yeah?
So if I may come in here. Yeah. See, this is basically what we are talking about is a marriage between engineering and information technology to a very great extent is what we are all talking about. You will not find traction from academia till you have fresh students coming into that area of work who will be doing the research or the engineering in fields like metallurgy or mineral processing or mining. So there's a need for us to, I don't know if that's the right word to use, to glamorize these areas of work, of areas of engineering also. Australia, there used to be a lot of resistance towards mining per se. In the last IMAR, I noticed that there were school kids who were encouraged to come to the IMAR, if not anything else, just to pick up the chocolates. So that people realize that mining is also an integral part of their GDP, and without mining you would not have your iPhones. So that kind of an awareness is what is needed to be brought in from the young age, and if the top-notch students, or if not the top 10, at least the top 1,000, out of the top 1,000 students, if they do not go out to engineering fields like, as we said, metallurgy or mechanical or mining, then you would not have a proper academy, because you can't leave the academia only to the old foggies. The technology has to come in from the youngsters only.
No, absolutely. If I may, I completely agree with what Mr. Suresh just mentioned. But I had a question for Mr. Suresh, which is, I understand you lead NMDC, and what would be your advice, sir, for startups who are looking to work with you, and how do we collaborate in a more faster pace, and how do we collaborate in a more meaningful manner? Because as all of us know, there is no dearth of problems that are waiting to be solved. But what should startups do to really accelerate that process?
See, yes, as of now, NMDC is not having a proper structure for this. I think that we would need to put in place. But after that is in place, there would be need for a joint understanding of each of the problem, and then go ahead with it. Because probably what I see as a problem may be a very elementary thing for a startup to do.
but at the same time, the solution has to be something which is sustainable. Today, I am going out of the country searching for big ticket solutions to my problems, which is both spending a lot of money also. Today, when I'm thinking of a integrated control cum command center, ICCC, to solve all my problems. But probably there are other means of doing it in a more economical fashion. So for that, that engagement with startups also needs to be done. And I think we'll need to put a structure in place, as SAIL has already done, of having incubation centers and all those things. I think that we'll have to do.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, hi, my name is Praful. I am a former CEO with Mittal Steel in Indonesia and also a former board member of ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel in the Middle East. So I was listening to this conversation, and I was also, someone alluded to also the Minister Piyush Goyal commenting on the, I think the fundamental point that he was making and that I want to extrapolate over the steel industry is that what we are doing is we are using IT and AI to basically layer over a fundamental process which has already been in place for many decades. So it's not fundamental innovation, it's a layering innovation. So from what I make out from what Vikas and Pinak mentioned, it's again incremental innovation. Maybe a certain process is not being done efficiently, you used AI, IT to do that. Now, hark to the American startup setup now, especially in the iron and steel industry. The American startup is a completely different paradigm shift. They are questioning, should iron even be melted at 1600 degrees? Why should we use 1600 degrees? Why can't it be done at room temperature? They are asking, why should a solid go into liquid and then back into solid? Such a waste of time. Why can't we just transpose the solid to a solid? Then they are saying there is approximately a few billion tons of less than 55% Fe ore, I think Mr. Suresh will empathize with this, across the world, lying in tailing dams, which can't be used. They are saying, why can't we transform this into iron? I think Boston Metal is working on using bacteria to deoxidize steel. So what they are saying is that we are not taking for granted the 150 years glacial change in the fundamental ways of making steel, which has actually not moved at all. Basically, it's blast furnace, it's electric arc furnace, maybe another variant of electric arc furnace is the induction furnace. Beyond this, there's really nothing that's happened. So they are questioning 150 years of fossilized way of making steel and reimagining the whole thing. So that kind of fundamental innovation, startups, is what India really needs. And I think India has the intellectual firepower. In fact, you dig deep into some of these startups, and I've had the privilege of doing that with Lakshmi Mittal. Most of these startups at the core, they are all Indians who moved out from here, from the steel industry here.
Yeah.
So that is something that is food for thought for our future.
Yeah, no, I would definitely like to respond to it. So actually, I think I vehemently disagree to what you are saying, primarily because if you look at the data, right, the US startups are doing everything, right from what Mr. Piyush Goyal said, making sweeter ice creams, to trying to deliver it faster, to doing ChatGPT, which is just answering questions and you can articulate it as a layer on Google, to, for example, Perplexity, which is a $10 billion company, and what it is doing is just like, as its founder himself says, I am just a wrapper company, and what is the problem? Everything is a wrapper, right? To, for example, I mean, if you look at like the most highly funded US companies, the examples that you mentioned, none of them are the highest funded US companies, right? The highest funded US startups are all doing things which is like making social media more addictive, or giving an answer which you already know in a more easier fashion, or for example, doing other things. Just like in US, there are startups which are doing exactly the things that you are saying, which is questioning things on a fundamental level. But are they the ones which are coming on the media? Are they the ones that people are talking about? No. Similarly, for India, there are startups which are doing the fundamental things, and there are startups which are not doing the fundamental things. So I think my answer to what you said, right, my response to what you said is multifold. The point one being, there are examples in the entire spectrum. There are examples of startups who are trying to make ice cream more sweeter. There are examples of startups which are trying to make food delivery more effective.
There are examples of startups which are trying to make steel making more efficient, and there are examples of startups who are rethinking steel making. And those startups exist in India, in China, in US, everywhere. In fact, if you look at within the steel industry, and given, I mean, I am a startup founder who is focused on the steel industry, we have a very deep, and I'm happy to sit with you after this session, more amount of work in startups, in steel industry is happening in India versus US by a stretch and by an order of magnitude, right? So my point being, my first point being that in the entire spectrum, there are startups who are doing everything in each of the geographies, and the perception that in India it's not and in US it's, I mean, nothing can be further from the truth. My second point being the attribution of value, that something is more better than the others, I fundamentally dissent to, right? Why is ice cream more sweeter, making ice cream more sweeter not a worthy pursuit, right? Why does someone have to like rethink on how steel is making and that not be the worthy pursuit? So why there has to be a value attribution to a certain kind of startup? I mean, that's obviously debatable, right? That being point number 2. Point number 3 being, Ratul, I think you might be aware of Artian, right? Which is the ArcelorMittal's investment arm, and they have been engaging with us for the last 2 years, right? So I think it will be incorrect if you characterize what we are doing as just a layering, because at the end of the day, when ArcelorMittal is just creating a layer on iron ore, right? Secondary steel making is a layer on primary steel making, and primary steel making is a layer on the iron ore. So at the end of the day, everything is just a layering. How better you do the layering is where the value comes from. And at the end of the day, if you are world class on anything, be it in making steel making more efficient, be it in making steel making more greener, as repeat, we say 5% of the fuel rate in a blast furnace, right? Now, you might spend 10 years on trying to do something and not come out with it, right? But that doesn't mean what we are doing is less of a value compared to something. Now, coming to your fourth point, which is, do the ideas have to be incremental versus disruptive? Again, I think every disruptive idea comes after thousands and thousands and thousands of incremental steps. Edison didn't make the light bulb in a day. He took thousands and thousands of iterations to make it. Similarly, as repeat, when we started, we were doing production scheduling. Then we were building digital twins. Then after that, now we are working on Vision AI. Tomorrow, the idea is, and one of the future plans is, and I mean, given you asked such a provocative question, we want to, what we do, today we are doing flare stack operations, which is we are looking at a flare stack and we are reducing the gas flow automatically. Tomorrow we want to build a blockchain layer to it, which is use blockchain as an energy storage mechanism, which is flaring happens because the gas balance is not, disrupted, and you do not have any other way to shed off the excess gas. We want to use that as an energy, we want to use blockchain as an energy storage mechanism and eliminate flaring. Now, obviously that will be disruptive, but that is something, it's an incremental step, which will get us there. I think as India, we have enough and more to be proud of. In multiple fields of space, defense, technology, we are the world leaders. Even in the field of AI, the common internet refrain is that, where are the foundational models? My friends, I mean, there are only 2 foundational models, by the way, in the world of computer vision. Every other company in US is just doing weights training on the foundational model. DeepSeek, for example, is just a layer of the foundational model already built. Today, we are, as repeat, building foundational models for applied to the steel industry. And that is equally valuable compared to what OpenAI is doing. So therefore, I think this provocative and value attribution that, well, in US startups are happening, I think that is nothing can be further from the truth. Boston Dynamics, for example, is a famous US startup, as you are aware. It sells $250,000 for robots. What does it do? It's just a dog walking around the floor. So we will always find ways to demean, and we will always find ways to belittle the work, but that doesn't mean that the work is not important, and that doesn't mean that the work is not valuable enough.
Pinak, I was looking for a very fact-based response, not a jingoistic rant. All I said is, I never belittled any company. I said the entire spectrum, like you said, exists. It must exist. Everyone should be there at every price point, at every innovation point. What I said is, what fundamental innovation happening in some of the iron and steel startups. You went into a jingoistic rant on the entire ecosystem. I was limiting myself to iron and steel. There are half a dozen startups who are examining should we do iron and steel the way 150 years of fundamental iron is being made. That's all I said. Is that happening in India? Now all I would wanted from you was whether you are aware of any such startup which is doing a very fundamental iron and steel. You kept telling me about flaring and all that, still incremental. You're still talking incremental and calling it disruptive. You may call it disruptive, that's your English. It's actually incremental only. Iron, basic iron, is it happening or not? I did not expect a jingoistic rant from you. And there was nothing provocative about it. If somebody is asking you a question out of your comfort zone, that's not provocative.
My suggestion is both of you can engage outside, yeah, offline, and take this up. Any other points that you'd like to make? Yeah.
Being a like I've been associated with steel industry for a while. I'm Ayush Raj and I've worked previously assisting Secretary Sir in Ministry of Steel, and there's another angle to this coin, which is another side of this coin, which is the steel companies. What we see, there are two issues that we are facing majorly as a startup ecosystem. Is one, the lack of data lakes in the steel industry. What is happening? They are at different levels of digitalization. Some are at level 1, some are at level 2, but all of these are not all of these machines are not talking to themselves. Their data has to be in a centralized manner so that some insights can be dwelled out of it. Also, apart from Tata Steel, I don't see any other company working towards a data lake as of now. And so as to solve these problems, we need to identify those problems. And that is where these data lakes play an important role. And second, on the commercial side of things, because I work as a business development manager, what I feel is that the concept of L1 in the government sector, that is hampering the growth of startups in India. We've been engaging with a lot of PSUs for the matter, but if the companies are supportive, for example, if SAIL is supportive of the startups, then the entire concept of L1 should go out. Thank you.
So I think the point that was made by Sir regarding the incubation support through incubation centers, I think when you have that in place, then the blockers that you have with the typical procurement process, those will anyway be addressed by having your in-house incubation centers or partnerships with the startups. And as far as the data lake is concerned, I think there is increased recognition in the steelmaking industry about the need for having the manufacturing data foundation in place. And I think most of the steel companies are on that path and they are at different levels of maturity, and will, I think, shortly in maybe 12 to 18 months, we'll see a standardization in terms of the manufacturing data lakes being in place. Now you also have situations where you have the traditional OEMs who have a different point of view, and then you have hyperscalers and new age startups have a different point of view as to how the data lake should be structured. But those are things which are debated, and I'm sure there's a path forward which is going to emerge in the next near future. Any other points? Yes, sir.
Das Gupta from NMDC. I'll reiterate almost the similar discussion, the war of words that was going along. What my friend from MNS was speaking, I have been in the mining industry for last 32, 33 years. I've come across many startups who had come to me, myself being an electrical engineer, though I'm not a mining engineer, but have been seeing mining. So I've always found these startups coming with solution of having something about data capturing and some video analytics, and then to build an AI upon that, which will help in decision making, faster decision making. That is required in many of the areas I know in mining industries. But the hardcore areas, like he wanted to tell, I can quote 2-3 areas where I've asked for many people coming out of the college. I've in fact motivated them to bring up a startup to find out solutions for, say, one of the most important operation is blasting. Now it's a technology like how much separation of drill holes you have to put, what kind of blast to have that fragmentation that gives you more efficiency while mining and to extract more of Fe. So these are basically science-based solutions. Like also in the mining industry, we find a lot of BHJ and BHQ which have a lower value of Fe, which is today not economical for mining, but tomorrow maybe required for mineral conservation as we go on depleting our iron ore resources. Also the tailings, like my friend mentioned, we are not still with a viable economical solution of treating these tailings, the huge dump of tailings that Indian miners have to economically extract benefit out of it. Or be it something about beneficiation process, which we had every speaker almost for the last 2 days talking about that, beneficiating and increasing the Fe, so the blast furnace automatically becomes less energy consuming. So I have not come across more startups coming up with this kind of research. Maybe they'll be requiring a collaboration with the academia in some sort of method, I don't know. But we have been for this kind of solution, NMDC or SAIL, I have been in SAIL also. We go to usually to the academics here. We go to IITs, we go to CSIR, we go to IMT Bhubaneswar for finding out solutions. But they are very slow because they have some other, their core business is something else. And this is just on the laboratory basis they are trying on. Maybe with the efficiency of the startups coming up with some kind of IT, AI and good brains that the startup boys have with the academia, if we can create that kind of platform, we can have real hardcore physical solutions which are needed scientifically for this kind of operations. Not only, I won't say superficial because that will provocate him again, this kind of AI or data capturing for decision making. That was,
Sir, can I take this?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr.
I think this is
Subbu?
good food for thought for some of the ideas regarding the incubation support that would be needed between companies, academia and startups. I think we are just about hitting the time limit. I would now like to call upon Mr. Sanjay Singh for his closing remarks.
We have heard the views all across the spectrum, and I'll just put everything in perspective. Like there is a difference between what is basic research and what innovations startups are doing. Startups' role has been incredible. Despite our poor R&D infrastructure, low level of investment, we are only spending around 0.7% of our GDP on R&D. And of that, private sector contributes not even 40%. Majority of it is coming from the public sector. So infrastructure is not what is required to be, investment is not what is required to be. Despite that, on the Global Innovation Index, we are number 39, which is very high. Why? Because of startups and unicorns. But they have the limitations. And in this Global Innovation Index is of WIPO, World Intellectual Property Organization. They have formulated it. The most two important criteria of evaluation are, one is what is the innovation input and what is the innovation output. So through what the manner in which the startups function, so the innovation output is much more than what is the innovation input. So that is adding to our innovation ranking, what I'll say internationally. And we need to learn from startups. I have headed a research organization in the country, that is Indian Council of Agriculture Research, when I was in Indian Administrative Service. So I know how it works. There is need to be a culture of high risk and high reward, whatever research we are picking up. I'll pick up from what my friend, again, former Chief Secretary mentioned. Like what research on which we are spending our time, so that we need to prioritize. that needs to be how much of it is really required. Because most of the research which is happening, I mean, in the, I'll put it up front. I mean, we are just, these organizations, research institutions have one of the top scientists. I'm not belittling them. But the manner in which the entire ecosystem functions, they are not able to really provide their fullest output. So what work on what item they are working on, so there is need for some kind of a problem bank which needs to be set up, from where the problems can come, like steel sector for instance. Right now the biggest problem is the sustainability and decarbonization. But in that again, we are talking about, because the thing which came from there is the basic research. Basic research happens in academic institutions, research institutions. And from where the ideas come out and the applied research happens. And we are right now very strong on applied research, not on basic research. So for basic research,
just for the record, whatever I said is being done by startups, not fundamental research.
I think we can do it later. I'm not mentioning that.
You have said whatever you have to say. Please.
I think let me speak now. And because we gave you enough time. So it is, what I'm saying is that, so one has to distinguish these two things. Startups have a role and they're doing an incredible role. So what are the strengths which needs to be learned by, I'll say, public sector, research institution, and the academia? They are nimble. They take decisions quickly. Secondly, they are quick to rebound. They fail, they'll rebound. Come in the space all over again. What else? I mean, there is a culture of tolerance towards experimentation, which is neither there in the government nor in the, I'll say, private sector, public sector research institutions. So these things need to be amalgamated, get inside the ecosystem of, I'll say, research institution. And so if, and now next thing is what to do. We spoke about collaboration. Collaboration is easier said than done. I have seen whether it's a B2B collaboration, it's a G2B collaboration, it's not easy. Why it is not easy? There is a deficit of trust among each other. Secondly, there is a problem of how if something gets developed, comes out, then how the intellectual property is going to be managed. So there are a couple of things which are there. So we have tried out collaborations among the top industry as well, a lot of other things. In fact, I'll say from department to department also collaboration becomes difficult. So that way, collaboration is a must, but which model of collaboration is required? I mean, there are several models of collaboration. We generally talk about public-private partnership, we talk about contract research, we talk about joint research center. So all these things, but we have to, but most important out of them is we need to have the right idea, work on that, have the right team, and get the resources. And we have to really, and most importantly, identify the main problems and work on them. And the basic research is research output is hard to come by. So all of us have to really work together. And we are talking about the US model of universities. I mean, information about that came from here also. So the manner in which the startup ecosystem got built, it got built around the top universities of United States. And why? Because some basic research was happening there. From there, I mean, the outcome, they went into the market and research got done and got commercialized. So in our system, commercialization also becomes very difficult. Because in Indian Council of Agriculture Research, I mean, there is an outfit which I was part of, Agri-Innovate. Whatever research gets done, so how to really send it to the market? Again, there are problems of intellectual property and how it is going to be used. So, I mean, basically, we need to have startups have set some kind of standards for us, some kind of given a food for thought to everybody. So we have to build a system around that. And collaboration, I mean, there is no alternative to collaboration. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. I think we are at the end of the allocated time. I would like to thank all the panelists for their views and also the esteemed audience for their contribution to this discussion. Thank you very much.
Hello. हाँ.
Hello, hello, mic check. हाँ. बंद रखते हैं फिर.
I saw Deepak Bhatnagar somewhere. He is Deepak Bhatnagar. No, no, so good afternoon. So in fact, SDF Pune will be done in a couple of days.
Okay. Thank you.
Excuse me. Please बैठ जाइए please.
Good evening. Welcome to this session, which is the last session for the day. This is raw material availability for steel sector. Since I work for Tata Steel and I know the folklore when Mr. J.N. Tata wanted to set up a steel plant in India. He commissioned his geologist and a group of advisors, and he sent them across the length and breadth of the country to find the resources like iron ore, coal, and then when they came back and gave him some options, based on that only the steel plant was set up in Jamshedpur, which is now a history. So that has been the significance of raw material in steel production and steel manufacturing. This is very much intertwined subject. Raw material we cannot see separately beyond steel. And if you look at the examples overseas also, wherever most of the steel plants or steel industry has grown, had some kind of raw material connectivity. I went to UK, saw the British Steel, and I was amazed to see that it was just next to a coal mine. And in fact, the steel plant, part of the steel plant is sitting on a coal mine. So that is the history, and as we aspire to grow from current capacity of 180 million tons to 300 million tons by end of the decade and 500 million ton by 2047, the raw materials availability, security will become even more important from the point of view of how do we source it, how do we move the raw material, what are the different raw materials. When we talk about raw material in the current context, even some of the new raw material which earlier were not considered very important, like steel scrap, is becoming very, very critical from that point of view. So we'll discuss about all of that. But first things first, I am very honored and privileged to welcome Sri Vikram Dev Dutt sir, Secretary to Government of India, Ministry of Coal. Thank you so much, sir, for being here. A great round of applause because sir has taken time out from his busy schedule to engage with all the steel producers and allied sectors on this important subject. I'm also happy to welcome Sri Ashish Chatterjee, ASNFA, Ministry of Steel. Recently, sir has been part of Ministry of Steel. Also, Sri Amitabha Mukherjee, who is also chair of FICCI Mining Committee and CMD of NMDC and NMDC Steel Limited, and other eminent speakers, and welcome all of you for this session. So I'll begin by requesting Secretary Coal, sir, to give his opening remarks, context setting, and then we will go as per the flow of the program. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Manish. I'm glad to be here. Esteemed colleagues with me on the dais, industry leaders, leaders of industry. It's a privilege to be here as part of this gathering and the discussions on a very pertinent topic on raw material availability for the Indian steel industry. In fact, if we go back to Honorable Prime Minister's address yesterday in this conclave, building a steel strong India and resilience were the key features of his keynote address. And we all understand that that cannot be achieved in isolation. As it is a collective will to position India as a global steel manufacturing hub, one fact remains indisputable, that the availability, the accessibility and sustainability of key raw materials, including iron ore, coking coal, scrap, critical alloys, these will define the pace and the resilience of this transformation. So insofar as the Ministry of Coal is concerned, along with other key stakeholders, we recognize our pivotal role in this ecosystem, and we remain committed to the fact that raw material constraints do not hold back either the steel sector or the nation's growth story. If we look at some key figures and the framework of where the coal sector stands today, we are undergoing a historic paradigm shift. From being a legacy sector, we are now a key pillar of Atmanirbhar Bharat. We have opened up commercial mining, increasingly gaining traction, revamped auction mechanisms, and we are now pushing aggressively, as we should, on sustainability, efficiency and technology. Production, of course, has seen a consistent year-on-year growth, and we are firmly on track to meet and exceed our targets of over 1 billion tons of domestic coal production, which we crossed for the first time in this financial year, in the past financial year. However, not all coal is the same, as you all know, and that brings me to the specific challenge that we are here to address today. Coking coal, as you all know, is indispensable for the steel industry, particularly the blast furnace route, which is set to remain the dominant route even as technologies and green steel technologies evolve. So the reliance currently on the blast furnace route is to the extent of 68% of the country's total steel production, and coking coal constitutes 42% of the overall cost of steel production. So therefore, the availability and the pricing of coking coal is a major determinant of the steel industry's global competitiveness. 85% of the coking coal is imported, quantum is about 58 million tons. That import dependence is a fault line which exposes us to global price volatility, foreign exchange outflows, and also increasingly supply chain disruptions. The surge in raw material demand, as Manish just mentioned, is to the extent of 160 million tons of coking coal and about 400 to 440 million tons of iron ore going forward. So, in line with the whole of government approach and a very close synergy between the two ministries, Coal Ministry had launched Mission Coking Coal in August 2021. This was a very comprehensive and multi-pronged effort to boost domestic coal production and to reduce import reliance. So, the first focus in Mission Coking Coal is on enhancement of domestic production. The target is 140 million tons by FY 2030. 5 pillars are there. The first, of course, is enhancement of production. Second is the augmentation of the washing and beneficiation capacity. The aim is 23 million tons of washed coking coal by 2930. So this includes the development of 8 new washeries, some of which are under construction, 2 are under construction, the rest are under tendering, and also the monetization of underutilized washery assets belonging to BCCL and CCCL at the moment. The third pillar would be the adoption of advanced coke making technologies, particularly stamp charging, being implemented currently by all the major steel producers, SAIL, Tata Steel and AMNS, which would enable the use of lower grade domestic coal without compromising the quality. On the auction front, both on the exploration side and the auction side, new coking coal blocks are being given the highest priority. In fact, 16 blocks have already been allocated, 3 of which are expected to become operational in the current financial year. The combined peak rated capacity of these auction blocks are about 25 million tons per year. The last pillar is the strengthening of the NRS linkage auction mechanism, which is already yielding a lot of positive industry feedback, and another tranche, which is the tranche 8, is scheduled shortly by next month to further optimize the coal allocation to the steel sector. In addition, there are some interesting experiments also underway in terms of the pulverized coal injection trials which are currently on closely between SAIL and Coal India Limited, where use of domestic coal is showing promising results with 10 to 12% of import substitution using coal from high-grade coal from the Sonpur Bazari mine of the eastern coal fields. The potential for higher adoption through improved beneficiation is a possibility. All these 5 pillars would be incomplete without me mentioning the paradigm shift in terms of our efforts towards adoption and development of clean coal technologies. As we know, the perception internationally of coal as a dirty fuel and the need to move towards sustainability means that exploring coal gasification as a cleaner, future-ready pathway for multiple objectives, including for steel production, especially in the context of India's net zero ambitions, assumes a major significance. Coal gasification, as you know, enables the conversion of domestic coal into syngas, synthetic gas. That is the feedstock for direct reduced iron processes. So that would reduce the dependence on coking coal and imported natural gas. The ministry at the moment is supporting pilot projects and feasibility studies to integrate coal to DRI technologies in collaboration with the public and private sector stakeholders. In fact, a coal to DRI project is already underway in Angul. The preparatory work is on, JSPL is doing it. They are the owners of the technology, which is the fixed bed technology. There is another private sector player called Greta Energy in the Western Coalfields region near Chandrapur in Maharashtra, who are also in talks with GTI, which is an American company for the technology tie-up, for again the coal to DRI route. So this would basically be a force multiplier going forward, and with further R&D infrastructure and policy support, coal gasification would hold promise as a transformational technology for low emission steel making in India. So moving forward, our action plan is very clear. We have to fast track washery and mine development, invest in coal technologies, encourage private sector participation, and drive further policy reforms to ensure a transparent, stable, dependable coal supply framework for the future. So friends, the mission that we are undertaking is not just about coal. It is about, on a larger scale, a strategic resilience, economic independence, and the future of Indian industry. So with focused execution, collaborative partnerships, and a shared vision, I am confident that India will not only reduce its dependence on imported coking coal, but will emerge as a global leader in efficient, sustainable coal utilization. Let us all collectively move forward with urgency, clarity, and resolve. I look forward to the discussions which would follow, because the viewpoints, the suggestions, and the comments on how we need to move forward in a synergized fashion would be very important. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for explaining the various reforms and initiatives taken by Ministry of Coal, and also under Mission Coking Coal, within the constraints how coal for steel sector is getting increased, and covering all the related aspects to that. Now I'll request Mr. Amitabh Mukherjee, CMD, NMDC, and Chair FICCI Mining Committee. So we will also get to hear the iron ore perspective more from in view of, sir, the growth trajectory of steel sector in India.
Well, thank you. Sir has already set the context very rightly, and I'll just take that a little bit forward with first with iron ore and then move to other minerals. As you know, if you are to do 300 million tons, the projected iron ore requirement would be around 437 million tons. That's as per roughly, let us say 440, 450, that range. Today we are producing around 275 various grades. So if you see the production, if you see the breakup of the production last year, about 270, 75. What we call is a little subgrade. Let's for the purposes of discussion, let us take anything above 60 as high grade and anything below 60 as subgrade or medium grade or low grade. So of this 275, the current production of low grade, that is below 58, is approximately 30 to 35 million ton, and most of this is exported. There is hardly any consumption of too much of low grade iron ore, except for a few producers who have the beneficiation facilities, which use the beneficiation facilities. Another 30 million ton is approximately between 58 to 60%. Rest, approximately 200 million ton, what we can call, quote unquote, is high grade, which is above 60 million, above 60% Fe. Now if you see the reserves, we have plenty of it, and coming to 437 is not a challenge if you look at the numbers on paper. We ourselves have a concrete plan of moving from 45 million ton to 100 million ton, and that is achievable by 2030. Similarly, other ones. Now, there are two essentially problems that is faced.
One is the talk of beneficiation. The country has beneficiation facility today about of 145 million ton. Because of environmental issues and other issues, only about 45 of that is being used. So we have a potential, at least on paper, to utilize a lot more low grade iron ore than we are utilizing now, because as it is seen that most of it, if you see the export was around 35-40 million ton, and if you see the grades of export, because anything above 58% Fe requires 30% export duty, the entire export was virtually of below 58. So we are, the long and short of it is that we do not beneficiate, we just sell it off to foreign markets. The second problem is that what we feel is, while the auction regime has worked perfectly well in coal and other things, it is not working all that well in iron ore. Now if you see the auctions that has happened, more than 21 mines have been auctioned in 51, 56, and around I think total 40 or 41 mines have been auctioned. Most of them have gone for premia which ranges from 140 to 150%. Obviously, it appears to be very, very impractical premia to be paid. Because, and obviously, all of these have been taken by people who have end-use plants, integrated steel plants, pellet plants, or some end-use plants. And the earlier traditional merchant miners who were in the merchant space, are also aggressively building steel making or pellet making capacity or processing capacities. So there's going to be a huge lopsided situation in a few years, by another 4 to 5 years, where in the merchant space there would be a huge demand supply gap. Because if you see the current steel production, about 40% of the production comes from the secondary sector. Secondary sector essentially employs people who are very fragmented and do not have the capacity to own mines. They cannot by default. Also, it is not practicable where competitors become a consortium and bid for a mine. That's not going to work. It's too utopian to work. So whereas most of the mines are now with steel producers, which although in paper you can sell 50% of your produce in the market, but it would not make a business sense for a steel producer to invest in increasing the capacity of the mine and sell it to his competitor. So that policy is going to remain on paper. It's never going to be implemented on the ground because it's simply not, it won't make sense. So although the ISPs, because they have bid very aggressively and maybe they take a hit on their overall profitability to secure raw material availability, they would continue to have adequate supply, but it is the secondary sector. The supply to the secondary sector would be a cause of concern in the next 4 to 5 years, because there would be only 2 merchant miners who would be standing in the field. The one is NMDC, the other is OMC. The rest are too small to be counted, even the state government ones. So this is something that we must take cognizance of. Also because of the various, if you see what has happened in the auctions, and the number of mines that has become operational, there are a lot of mines which have simply not become operational and are not likely to become operational in the immediate future, in the next 3-4 years. So one can possibly envisage when we go to the international seminars and when we talk to the people at various fora. So there is this international understanding that by 2030, India would be importing around 40 to 50 million tons of high-grade iron ore Not because we don't have the reserves, we have more than adequate reserves even to produce 500 million ton. But unfortunately, operationalizing those reserves would become a challenge. And the general consensus in the Indian market is that, in the international market is that up to 40 to 50 million tons of iron ore might be required to be imported. So this is the story of iron ore, and from our side we can only assure that we will deliver on our promise of going up to 100 million ton from the current 45 million ton. We are also actively looking at mines beyond the country's borders in Africa. We have a very promising prospect in Australia. It's a magnetite prospect. If they come in, then because as you know, in the auction regime, it is impossible for a merchant miner in the iron ore sector to go in for competitive bidding and winning one. That's impossible. If you see in coal, the auction premia is for some mines it's from 5 to 15% or even 20%, which is a manageable premia for a merchant miner to quote. But in iron ore, because it is about 100% plus, it does not make any rational sense for any merchant miner to quote in the auction regime. And that is why we see that a merchant miner like us, which has global aspirations, and we wish to make NMDC into a global multinational mining company like BHP or Rio Tinto. So we are actively scouting, especially in Australia and in Africa, even among other things, even high-grade iron ore mines, including magnetite mines. And I think our magnetite prospect in Australia, which is at the DFS stage currently, the PFS stage has already been done successfully, which is in the DFS stage now. If that comes up, then it will be a game changer for NMDC and possibly for India. So that's iron ore. Coal, sir has already touched. I cannot add more than what the Secretary sir has said. So if we come to the other minerals that are required, for example, manganese. Now the known reserves of such things are simply not available in India as of now. So there are no way, but it is incumbent on companies like us, merchant miners, that we aggressively acquire such mines wherever they are available. Unfortunately, not too many mines of such things like vanadium, which is required for high-grade steel making, or manganese, which is required for all grades of steel, something like that, which is available in the market. But I believe that if we are to have raw material security, things like that also need to be aggressively pursued, and sometimes the mandate has to be given to companies like us to make a deal possibly which is beyond economic logic to buy it, because sometimes you have to do it on a security perspective or a mineral security perspective rather than on plain business sense, something that the Chinese do day in and day out. I think we have to take a leaf out of those models and maybe aggressively spread our wings beyond India to secure raw material availability. Same about coking coal, as sir was saying that, okay, even today the coking coal production is around, I think sir you said around 60 million ton, something like that.
Production is about 66.
66, but we hardly use 9 million ton for making steel. And we still import 60 million tons of it, and that we are condemned to do, unfortunately, because of the type of coal we require for coal blending. Now, in the international market, a lot of coking coal assets do come onto the table, but the window is so less because they get swiped off by other people, that unless we are very, very agile, whether in the private sector or in the public sector, to acquire those mines. There are big ones like Rio Tintos and others who are actually coming out of that, and the odd asset will always be available. So for that we must be keeping ourselves ready, whether in the private sector or in the public sector, because the window available to acquire those assets, and India, which is requiring around 67, which we did last year, I think we imported around 60. If we are going to about 2031, we would be requiring 161, about 100 million ton more than what we did last year. So we have to be at least prepared to have a very agile response to those things, and those will come to the market only once. And we, I think as a country, should be prepared to go that extra mile, maybe beyond a little beyond the logical economics that might be there. And of course, we'll have to cut down on the bureaucracy to grab those mines, because they will come to the market only once. So I think we need to take, when we talk about raw material security, we need to be very much aware that we must have an international perspective to that. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. The key takeaway for me would be, you mentioned about the auction regime and how it makes or does not make a business case. In fact, you are right, sir. Till now, no good answer have been found as to how to address this problem of fair and transparent allocation vis-a-vis high premium. And the other point also which you mentioned is still beyond logic. If it is so much stable in coal, why it is happening in iron ore? So,
Manish, if I can just come in on that, I was very intrigued by that point, that the kind of premiums which go in iron ore, and then basically some kind of a hoarding takes place and nothing gets operationalized. Perhaps you could take a leaf out of the experience which we've had, and for us also the whole framework has evolved organically from where commercial mining started in 2020. We have the CMDPAs, the coal mine development and production agreements, where the entire philosophy is structured on a regime of incentives and disincentives. So you get incentives for early production, but at the same time you are penalized if you don't meet milestones which are within your control, not beyond your control. So that has worked fairly well, which is why the operationalization cycle is what it is. Otherwise, we would have been pretty much in the same situation as you are.
thank you, sir. So, I think we have now 5 speakers and we have got about 20 minutes time. So, we will reach out to one by one, and my request would be that try to complete your intervention within 3 to 4 minutes, because I'm very keen to take few questions so that we can take the opportunity and advantage of having Secretary Coal here amongst us. So with that, first of all, I'll request Mr. Deepak Bhatnagar, Secretary General, Pellet Manufacturers Association of India. Sir, within 3-4 minutes, if we
Yeah,
want.
sure. Thank you, Manish ji. In fact, if you see the order of speakers, after hearing Mr. Amitabh Mukherjee, it's like, you know, when we used to study in metallurgy in IIT Roorkee, it's like carrying coal to Newcastle. So this gentleman is so knowledgeable. He covered the entire gamut of the industry in raw materials. He also touched upon, like the Greek legend has that Achilles' heel, that heel was the weak point, and our weak point is auctions. So I am the Secretary General. I am carrying the brunt of these auctions. Every time my members say, limit the range, don't make it above 4,000, 3,000. So we can't. But some good news is there. The good news he mentioned, which I would like to share with all of you in this audience, that in Prime Minister's language, we are totally Atmanirbhar in iron ore. This is many people who do not know the world situation. When I studied in IIT Roorkee metallurgy 50 years back, there was a book, Iron Making by Bashforth, and the iron ore was 53% grade. And they used to make the best steel in the world in Sheffield. So we are lucky to have good iron ore, but the bad part is Mr. Mukherjee will agree that our iron ore fines is increasing. Out of 100 million tons, 71 is iron ore fines. So this is another good news for today is we have crossed 100 million ton of pellets this year. which is a record of sorts. And we are happy. Why this is happening? The use of pellets is increasing. In fact, in the blast furnaces, the pellets are increasing. And recently there was a very famous report commissioned by the Ministry of Steel called the Pujari Committee report. Pujari Committee report has mentioned that we need to increase the pellet percentage from 25% to 50%, which is a very landmark thing, but we need to have more pellets. So this is one good thing. Recently, just to cut the time short, in the line with the Ministry of Steel's objective of decarbonization, our Pellet Manufacturers Association of India commissioned a study with TERI, Tata Energy Research Institute, and they came out with a very specific questionnaire in which they found out India is actually one of the lowest carbon emitters in pellet industry. We produce 134 kilograms per ton of carbon dioxide per ton of pellets, which is a record of sorts. So I just thought of mentioning that this is a good thing about India. We need encouragement from all of you on the pellets industry. You see, when I joined the Steel Industry Steel Authority of India Limited, sinter was the main thing. Sinter. Most people say, what about sintering? But sintering is an old technology. I was in Bhilai for 20 years and I know that sintering with the high alumina ores of India, you require a lot of flux, you require a lot of dolomite, limestone. It doesn't work at all. And pellet is a recent technology. We wish a lot of success for pellet industry. It is growing. Every year it is growing, and I just want to share with you that it has, from 31% to 41% in the use of blast. Overall country is this thing. One small concern I have, and many of you know, we have around 144 million tons capacity in pellets, but we produce hardly around, this year we produce 100. Why? Because there is not enough domestic demand. This is sad. We have so much. And the sad part is we are importing pellets now. 4 shiploads of pellet has come. This is a matter of concern. I just want to flag it for the policy makers and people for this thing. Thank you very much, Chairman Sir, for this giving me an opportunity. And you said very good thing. If coal can do it, why not iron ore? You gave a very good example. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Moving on, I'll request Mr. Yogesh Mandani, President IFA, to make his intervention, please.
Yeah. So, good afternoon to all. Sir, thank you very much. As Coal Secretary said about availability, accessibility, sustainability, I would like to add one more, sir, affordability. So, sir, we represent so-called secondary steel, what Mukherjee sir has mentioned about. Sir, basically we use iron ore, that is DRI, sponge iron and scrap. So coming to the numbers, today we are on 56 million ton of DRI making and expected to go to about 90 million ton by 2030. Today the scrap consumption is around 37 to 38 million tons, out of which domestic is around 30 and remaining is import. Now what has happened? The scenario has changed, sir. The scenario has changed in such a way that we are a developing country. So the scrap has, the steel has not been used in our country for the decades. Now it has started. So scrap generation is declining day by day, though the percentage of steel production is increasing. So the scrap availability has become an issue. Second, the scrap due to the net zero carbon emission has been in demand. So the import of the scrap is again one of the challenge which we will be facing. So I would rather say, sir, that about affordability. So now iron ore, as sir has mentioned about the auction, so we are totally dependent upon NMDC and Orissa Mining Corporation for fulfilling our demand of iron ore for sponge making, that is DRI making. So coming to the point, sir, about the iron ore, I would rather say that the affordability, can we reduce the cost in any means? Say suppose the logistic cost can be reduced. In the case of logistic, can we go for the pipeline or slurry pipeline? If slurry pipelines are implemented and if it is being taken into the infra category, the infra project category, that would help. Even because it transport both mines, mineral and water, which is used for the steel plant. And some incentives which I have already mentioned to the concerned ministry to look into it. So, sir, we as a secondary steel sector are totally dependent, and we urge that NMDC, ONMC should at least take care of this industry, because our capacities are increasing equivalent to the capacities of the other main producers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mandani sir. Moving on, I'll now request Mr. Suseem Banerjee, who, as I can read, he is CEO Indian Iron and Steel Sector Council, but I know in the past he has worn many hats, so from that perspective, over to you, Mr. Banerjee.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, distinguished guest. The first thing I want to say that Mr. Mandani has already touched. This is I want to speak on scrap availability, because when we are talking of green steel, there is a very specific role of scrap, particularly the recycling of the scrap. It not only reduces the material requirement, but also it reduces the carbon emission tremendously. In our country, the generation of scrap by the main steel producer as well as by the EAF units and IAF units are limited compared to what scrap is being generated in Europe and other countries. Why it is so? Because of the technology that they have been adopting in the BOF route, well, the scrap generation will be, say, in our case, it is only 8 to 9%, whereas in EU mills, it is around about 30%. So that is the gap. So what we need to do, there is a gap of around 10 to 12 million tons of scrap generation and scrap consumption. So, and this is continuing, and over the years, it will also, the current studies says that the scrap gap will go up. So it is a cause of concern. So what we need to do immediately is that new technology, the sorting, particularly in the sorting of the scrap extraction technology need to change quite a lot. And only then the scrap from the material that is being offered for dismantling, we will get a much higher quantity of scrap. Second point is the obsolete scrap, that is the end of the vehicle, which is now taking place in automobile sector, and railways are also giving scrap. But these two are quite low compared to what the country needs. So there are other consumer durable items like refrigerator, washing machines, desert coolers. These will have to end of life, and that Ministry of Corporate Consumer Affairs have to do, and there has to be some amount of mandatory advice that should go to these ministries. I think Ministry of Steel can discuss with all other ministries, so that over a period of say 3 to 4 years, some mandatory recommendation will come, so that by end of say 10 years or 12 years, these goods are offered for dismantling, and then the obsolete scrap can be generated. That is number one. The second point I want to mention, which is not a part of the raw material availability, but when we studied economics, we saw that production cannot take place unless there are 4 types of material: land, labor, capital, and technical progress. So labor, that is the skilled manpower. That skilled manpower, there is a huge shortage, I would say, in the current scenario. So if steel industry needs to grow, there are many units which have come forward for the skill training, but at the same time, there are many units which are outside the skill development scenario. And current scenario is we have a demographic dividend. India is the most populous country now, and 63% of the population is falling in the working age, that is 15 to 59 years. Unless these people are totally skilled, industry will not accept them. So there is a big gap. So this integration of the skill development with the main courses that is being conducted in the college. For instance, Bachelor of Arts, Bachelor of Commerce. So there has to be a skill development cell that needs to be attached. It may be one semester, it may be counseling process, so that when these graduates come out of the colleges, they have some amount of skilling which the industry will be needing them. So these 2 points I thought I will refer. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Moving on to the last speaker, Mr. Alok Chand is not here. I'll request Mr. Suresh Babu from IMPA to make his comments.
Good evening to all panel members. As I belongs to ferrochrome industry, I would like to expose few problems, what challenges actually this industry is facing now. The focus is that we are actually, our ore availability is one of the area where India is facing a big problem for ferrochrome industries. Almost 50 to 60% of industries are not at all running. So we have a depleted ore, and the low grade ore enhancement to high grade, some beneficiation and other technologies are also required in this industry. Sir, we make ferrochrome, three are most important. One is power, other is ore, and other is coke. And we import coke. India is not, in our country, we don't have the supportive coke to produce the ferrochrome. So we are completely dependent on the imported coke. The quality of coke, what available in India is impurities wise is not, purity wise is not good, and also the consistency in the coke is also not available. That is one area where ferrochrome is facing the problem. And other problem is, sir, Sushim Banerjee mentioned, we have a gap of talent. So the industry is now facing a problem of not having the skilled people to run this ferrochrome and ferroalloys industries. Here also we need a collaboration between the industry and institutes, and to develop a skill institutes so that the gap can be mitigated. This area is one concern for us. And one more thing, we are facing a challenges from the other countries like Kazakhstan and China. So they are making a ferrochrome at a very cheaper prices. Even without a ore, China is making around 90 cents. That comes around 95,000 to 97,000. Kazakh has a good quality of ore, so they are having the advantage compared to India. But with available ore at a higher price, we at India could not able to make a cost viable production. So this is also one concern area India need to be focused. And sir, at CBAM is one area where the technical and also financial burden is coming. Moving towards a greener technology, one more area where India need to focus. Some incentivization in this area is required, because the CBAM demand and present what the conservative way of operating of the ferroalloys. So we are not able to mitigate those carbon credit requirements. So these 2-3 points I would like to mention here.
Thank you, Mr. Suresh Babu. So, sir, I was in the logistics session in the morning, and then other sessions attended. So when we discuss about future of steel industry, we talk about how much we will need. So there is a lot of requirement of steel, and therefore iron ore and coal and rake and everything. So I also look at it from a perspective that it is a good problem to have, that we need more iron ore, we need more coal, we need more rakes, and rather than being in a situation where you don't need, we are growing, and therefore we need. So it's a good problem to have, and obviously these challenges will also present opportunities to resolve, and therefore in last 6 to 7 years steel is growing on double digit, obviously with the reforms and support that is coming from all sectors. So I am very hopeful. We have some time, so if it's okay we can take few questions. So I'll request just introduce yourself, be very brief in your questions, so that we will take 3-4 and then we will put it to the relevant speakers.
Good
Please.
Evening. Good evening, everyone. I am Ramesh Agarwal from Raipur, Chhattisgarh, ex-president CG SEMA, Sponsor and Association. First of all, I would like to appreciate that with the efforts of Ministry of Coal, the coal production in India has gone up, and the coal problem has been solved. We don't anymore feel the shortage of coal. Also, I appreciate the NMDC's effort in increasing the production of iron ore. I would like to flag 2-3 points. One is about the infrastructure that is connecting the Jagdalpur to Raoghat railway line, which is at the present the movement of iron ore is a very long way via Vijayanagaram. If this line, small segment can be connected, the cost of transport will reduce to half, and the burden on the road movement will also reduce. I also raised this issue yesterday in front of the minister. Second thing is NMDC has a lot of slimes in their stock. If they can somehow find the way to move out that slimes, it can be utilized by the pellet industry to for the manufacturing of pellets. I am also a pellet manufacturer. One more thing is regarding coal. A lot of coal at the moment is sold through online auction by the Coal India and subsidiaries. But the price, like the non-core sector, the price is already 20% higher than the power sector. And while putting in the coal in the auction, they are again adding 20% to offer into the minimum price. And the lot of coal is being gone as not sold. So I would request that if this can be, the addition could be reduced, the more coal can be made available to the industry and at the reasonable price, so that the cost effectiveness is also there. Plus there is a disparity in the dispatch of rake movement of the coal. Mike can give you example. The coal booked in 2021, 2022 could not be moved till now, even after 3 years. Some coals are moved within next month, some coals are not moved even for 3 years. So there is a large disparity. If this can be taken care, that will be very nice. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So I don't say there are too many points. So should we can no, so I think sir, we can take a detailed note from him, because some of these things are will require deliberation, and we will take up through FICCI Mining Committee for sure.
Good afternoon, I am Ashish. I have just joined the Ministry of Steel yesterday as the Additional Secretary there. And contrary to the normal belief, information and knowledge does not pass on assumption of charge. It takes some time. So that is one thing. I am using this opportunity. One is more to also, learn something from the deliberations of what is happening. So while when you raise your questions, maybe the Coal Secretary or maybe Chairman NMDC might want to respond, but I would request you to kindly give us a note, so that we are able to respond to it or maybe take action on it later. It's not like this not responding means that we are not taking note of it.
I'll just clarify regarding the Jagdalpur Raoghat line. There was a JV in which NMDC was the majority partner, which was supposed to execute it. Subsequently, Ministry of Railways has decided to execute it itself. So we are handing over the railway line construction to Ministry of Railways. 90% of the land acquisition has been done, and we are handing it over to the Ministry of Railways on a as-is, where-is basis. Regarding the slimes, as you said, we are in the process of auctioning it. Only the thing is that we will not allow it to be taken by rake, because that would affect my production of normal fines. And as long as you take it by road, we are okay with it. We are going in for a mega auction. The tenders would be available in the next 2 to 3 months, and if you wish, you may participate in that, provided you take it out by road and not by rail. Thank you.
I'll just briefly respond to the point which has been raised, and taking off from where Manish said that a problem of plenty is a good problem to have. The production, of course, is increasing. There has been a noticeable jump enhancement, but there are evacuation constraints, because not everywhere is the evacuation infrastructure up to speed in terms of the profile of the production. In terms of, if I am to talk about coal, the two of the largest subsidiaries of Coal India Limited by production, which is Mahanadi Coalfields in Odisha and the Southeastern Coalfields in Bilaspur, have evacuation constraints. In fact, we are, as on 31st March, sitting on record stocks at the pit head also, apart from record stocks at the thermal power plants. So the time lag between the railway infrastructure projects, which are critical to the evacuation story, and the actual commissioning of those projects is the limiting factor there. जो आप rakes की बात कर रहे हैं, that is not a issue of the Ministry of Coal, that's an issue of the Ministry of Railways, because you know how the NRS system there works, that you go back to the end of the queue if you kind of skip and things like that, the factors with that. But specifically in terms of the footprint in Chhattisgarh, there are two critical railway lines which are at advanced stages of implementation, which is the CERL phase 2 and the CEWRL. So in line with the enhanced production which we expect from the Korba region, especially of the SECL coal fields, these projects which would be commissioned in the next 1.5 to 2 years would aid in evacuation of the project. Yeah.
Sir, if I may add, actually, if I may permit, to bring to your kind notice, actually, I was saying this in a previous session, that nowhere in the world coal is sold unwashed. It's always a washed product. You have taken great initiatives to wash coking coal, sir. But I think that should be extended to thermal coal as well, because even if Indian coal is very high in ash, even if you are able to wash off 20% ash, that reduces the pressure on the logistics to that extent. And ash will always remain a problem either at the source or at the destination. Ash will remain ash, sir. We can't do anything about that.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree with you more. In fact, the thought process is totally aligned. And as we speak, I think you're aware that the first thermal coal washery was commissioned in February last year in Mahanadi coalfields.
That's wonderful, sir. That's
If Valley, and the performance has been fantastic. I mean, the output and the offtake, and there is a huge appetite from the power plants in the southern region for that.
The prices shoot up. The moment you wash the coal, the prices will shoot up.
So in fact, there are categorical directions from the Ministry to Coal India to start working on the thermal coal washeries expansion also, especially in Mahanadi and SECL.
Yeah. That will work wonders for the logistics as well, sir.
Any other questions? Thank you. So we are also almost at the end of the session. Sir, would you like to make any closing comments? I've already made So now then it's time to thank. I'm very, very thankful to Secretary Coal for taking time out, coming all the way from Delhi to be with us and address, explain the whole plan, and also very open to take questions, suggestions. I'm also thankful to ASFNA for being here, and I'm sure in coming times we will come back to you with a lot of problems and problem solving. Thank you to CMD NMDC. I will now request ASNFA to hand over a memento to Secretary Coal. So that comes to the end. Thank you so much. Thanks.